your pace.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
Suicide doors are looking gorgeous, though. Icy boy.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Raised in the belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing reds, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fail trying to have that price. In a yo cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the push boom, better burst your pipes. Is this heaven or hell? Only time will tell. Is this heaven or hell? I guess I'll wait for the bell. When the ship sets sail, I will prevail. I will prevail.
فايت بكل زوايا مختلف على كل لاعب موجود. فريق توسك ما يستخدم سموكات. اخر وايد من حسن بالفعل ريفوليوشن. بتبقى لهم لاعب واحد
ولا نوك داون واحد. دخول مباشر لاعب من فريق الاتش كيو واللي يعاني من امام رصاصات الحمراء. الان طبعا ينزل نوك داون والان اللاعب الثاني
شباب. والنوك الاولى تيجي والثاني مع انمي والثالث حتكون في وايد عليك ماكسي ولا لا؟
يا الله يا الله يا الله يا كالاكا يا كالاكا. لا 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 لا.
يلقى مكان فكالفين دامي بيحاول تضغط على
فعل وبالمخطوط العراق موجود معانا ليخلص مدفع تواجد الايسبورت
تكسر الوضع تاع اوبا حاليا على غرب لوحده بصراحه
هذا الليل لم يكن في مكان مناسب. سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور يا سيكتور.
Welcome everyone here to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia full season for the 2022 yearly season here. My name is Helen the Wolf and I am so glad to be back on the desk once more from the spring season, now past the MEA Championships to the full season today. We have 20 stacked teams ready to battle it out for once more to see who will be crowned the champion of the region as a whole. If you too want to get involved though on the action and let us know what you are thinking about all of these 20 teams, you can check us out on social media. Jump in the conversation on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Nemo TV using the hashtag PMPL Arabia. And as always as well, we've got to shout out one of our sponsors here, Monster Energy, and the official energy drink partner for the PMPL Arabia full split season. And not just Monster Energy, we also have our own beast on the broadcast on beside me today. It is the one and only Imperium. How are you doing today, my friend?
Say the beast has been unleashed. What can I say? I'm excited to get into the PMPL Arabia full split. You said it yourself. We had the spring split, we had the MEA Championship Bride, and it's really now just this kind of second half of the season leading into the likes of PMGC, even upcoming PMWI, and every single one of these 20 teams really are looking to make a name for themselves. They're looking to continue, grow, and evolve, and I'm excited to join them along the journey.
Look, it's going to be a long 4-week journey indeed, and I'm so excited to see how these teams have improved. Imperium coming from those previous competitions. Have they got what it takes to take down NIGMA, who are, keep in mind, are defending champions from the spring split and also the MEA Championship? Definitely coming in as the favorites, Imperium.
Yeah, they are right now the blueprint of PMPL Arabia, of PMPL MENA as a whole, right? And they have set a massive standard. We see some teams get closer. We've seen some teams kind of show that sparkle of brightness, right? When we look back at CONQUEROR, right? When it was all said and done, though, when the dust settled, when the table had all been laid out, the cutlery on the floor, the plates were there. The only team that were really eating those chicken dinners were Enigma Galaxy.
Oh man, believing all these teams famished the Imperium, but we gotta see, of course, if those other teams, the 19 other teams, can live up to NIGMA. As we check out our format here for the tournament once more, it is going to be very similar to our spring split, with, of course, 20 teams fighting through our 5 groups on the weekdays for the first 2 days of the week. But Imperium, the super weekends, that's where the points really matter.
It is indeed. You have the top 16 teams from that week's league play a total of 50 matches across the 3 days. Those points in their own right will then combine over the 3 super weekends to determine the top 16 teams in total that will make it through to the finals.
In the finals there, the top 16 teams, of course, accumulated through from all the points gathered from the Super Weekends. Then those points do reset in the finals. Keep in mind, Imperium, where 6 matches for those 3 days to see who will be crowned. Again, our champion for the PMPL Arabia is going to be a tough task, but also not just the format here. It is about how can these teams live up to that task. It's through the points themselves, and it's with those 15 points for chicken dinners, 12, 10 there for second and third place. But the all-important, I think, one elimination equals 1 point down at the bottom really is where the standings really do begin to turn.
Overall, yes, without a shadow of a doubt, the elimination point factor is something that has heavily been in the meta of the top teams and when it comes to tournaments. To begin with, though, Highland Wolf, I think there is going to be a little bit more of an emphasis on those placement points. Yeah, okay, when you're looking to get into the top 16, you don't necessarily need to top the standings. However, in your first 4 games, where notably at the beginning of a tournament, we do see more passive play style, arguably
yes,
we will see more teams go for those 15-point games, go for those 12-point games, and kind of worry about the eliminations a little bit later on.
Of course, so what are the points worth, Imperium? They're worth prizes after all, and it's a banging $150,000 for these teams across the entire tournament. 2,500 available for every team through the league stage. They're the MVP by the end of the tournament for $1,000 too, and that important $1,000 for every chicken dinner by a team in each of our super weekends. The finals there afterwards with their own separate prize pool.
It's pretty solid stuff, right? It's the same distribution that we saw in the spring split, which is honestly pretty good because it allows the teams to kind of focus on the gameplay and build upon the foundations of the spring split and have a level of familiarity across the board. The wins in the league stage not really going to matter too much, but the more you can rack up across the super weekends, the better. If you look back in towards the previous spring split, it was Rico Infinity, also known as R8 now, that picked up the highest amount of chicken dinners with 8, and that granted them $8,000 alone in that league stage from chicken dinners, followed by NIGMA Galaxy closely with 7. Never mind what each team earned in the final. So certainly something to be told about how much you can earn yourself as a team across the whole of the PMPL full split.
Yeah, I think even in just a week alone, Imperium, 4,000 to 5,000 earned in that first week. But it's also where we look towards those tournaments schedule, talking about a weeks of where these players and when they'll be playing. It's going to be the first week here, the 20th, 21st, and then the super weekend shortly after, later this weekend. But the week 2 afterwards, the same. But keep in mind that week 3 will be different. It's not going to be a Wednesday break. We'll be playing through all 5 days, one after another, before a short break towards our league finals on the 21st to the 23rd of July after. In Imperium, I think we talk about the long run. It's about, can these teams stick out through all of those 4 weeks?
Certainly a marathon, not a sprint. I do want to highlight, though, the difference in this week 3, right, or what will be a week 3, because unlike that kind of week 2 and week 1 where you have a day break, where you're able to VOD review more heavily, you're able to really kind of process what either went right or wrong for your team. It's not going to be the case for week number 3, right? If you're one of the 16 teams coming into week 3 Super Weekend, you're not even in the top 16 of the total Super Weekend placements, you're going to be under more pressure in that regard, and that's going to possibly lead to more mistakes, more franticness, more inconsistencies and in the final Super Weekend. So teams will honestly really want to be aware of that coming into week 3. Get the first 2 weeks under your belt, make it easy for yourself going forward.
And it's going to be a very long run, as we say, for all of these 20 teams on our screens, and split now, of course, into our 5 groups for each of the league stage days. I think that certainly there are some spicier groups, so Imperium, than others. Particularly note, of course, NIGMA Galaxy there in Group B once more, going to be a force to be reckoned with for these other teams on that same group.
We do see a lot of similar, logos for these teams. There has been a couple of roster pickups across the board and a couple of changes in teams because of that, right? A big factor we need to consider is Major Pride, a team that has a roster full of experience across years of tournaments. What are they going to be able to bring to the table? A little bit of an unknown entity. You have RTG, they're an incredibly valuable roster. And then we have seen player changes within these teams, right? YALLA haven't got Ragnarok anymore, so they might kind of lose their kind of shining star in that regard. NASR have changed up their roster. So there's a lot of kind of questions to be answered over both today and the rest of the week on how these teams, with changes in the rosters, how they've been able to prepare more heavily and set themselves up for a successful fall split.
I think even those roster additions too, we talk about even the likes of 90th minute before the show, Imperium, where we were discussing that 1 million roster is now there on 90th minute, and Tam there alongside him. That really titled experience from the more European scene. Got to see how that does affect 90th minute. I think as an organization, they certainly have a lot of upwards trend that they can do, considering from their previous competition. And I'm really excited actually to see what they can bring to the table, considering, as we said, they have a very more difficult group here versus NIGMA. But I certainly think that when we talk towards some of these other organizations, it's not going to be an easy streak from any of these groups. I mean, even the likes of VISTA now jumping in on that latter end of Group E still have the veteranship of FALCONS and YALLA to contend with.
Yeah, definitely. Look, all teams will play each other the same way, so realistically, the group situation doesn't really matter in that regard. You're just got to make sure that you as a team step up when it is needed across the board. So certainly interested with all 20 teams being featured. Keep your eyes on the prize. Keep one step ahead of the game.
Cool. So where are these players playing? In the game, Imperium. It's going to be on our Erangel sandwich, starting it off with Erangel, ending it off with Erangel, and you can see whoever is in those groups highlighted above each of those maps will be playing in that specific map. There also Miramar in between all our Erangel matches today to spice it up a little, give us a little bit more different action.
Yeah, the teams are going to have to wait until the first Super Weekend to get a taste of Sanhok. It's all Erangel, Miramar for this League Week 1, and as it should be, they're the two most competent maps across the board when it comes to competitive gameplay, when it comes to really understanding the game and how to take advantage of your knowledge, of your experience, of your ability as a team. I'm really excited for Miramar because I kind of regard it as a tougher map to get control of, because you have the sprawling hills, you have the kind of very little hard cover terrains, right? And that can throw a lot of mix into play when it really comes to understanding that map. So for me, Miramar is going to be one that I'm kind of going to be looking out for more closely compared to the two in this day one.
And to add on to that point as well, when you talk about all of these players, there's no doubt that every single one of them are experienced in their own right, Imperium. But when you talk about some of these new players joining into the PMPL Arabian region as a whole, how are they going to fare with maybe a slightly different map as the Miramar with those other teams? I think Erangel is all going to be a nice comfort game for the first match. And I think even when we talk about their comfort in itself, Imperium, you also have to look at as in terms of new teams, new players, are they going to be a little bit more laid back for our first couple games? Not really wanting to make too many risks, see what these teams can do.
Okay, I was kind of curious as to where you were going with the whole laid back approach, but then you kind of ended it in what is a positive angle. Yeah, not taking too many risks from the laid back approach is certainly something that I expect to see. It mentioned it when we talked about the points distribution, how I think in the early games more teams are going to be going for the kind of high placement points, and that's fair enough. I don't think though that any team is kind of laid back in this day one. They want to kind of hit the ground running in terms of results. It's just about kind of playing as the lobby goes on. I don't know how many scrims exactly in preparation for this tournament teams have played. It doesn't tell the biggest story with scrims because not all the teams take it seriously, but you are able to at least extract an element of your own information, your own team information from scrims, and then use that to apply your game style in this PMPL day one. What we do tend to see, though, Highland, is in the early parts of a tournament, teams who aren't as strong in the grand scheme in that kind of marathon level of tournaments can pick up some early wins, can pick up some early strong results, especially leading into this first Super Weekend. So I kind of wouldn't be surprised if we do see this, if we see maybe some teams in these first 3 to 4 games pick up a chicken dinner or two, because that kind of is the time where they need to strike before the heavy hitters, before the big boys, before the likes of NIGMA Galaxy start to take advantage of them.
Yeah, I think, of course, all of these teams like NIGMA, like R8, really, they do know that it is that marathon, as you say, so they're not going to maybe be as aggressive as we would expect them to be on maybe the first couple of days. They're going to warm up to some of these teams that they maybe haven't had much competition, maybe just more scrims time with. And I think you lead an excellent point there also, Imperium, when you say that these teams can take still advantage of that early few days. Definitely. And we talked back towards that first Super Weekend, of course, where Rico and Infinity, now of course R8 Esports, have actually picked up those 4 to 5 wins on that first Super Weekend. They got a lot of their money from those winner chicken dinner prize money overall in that first week. I'm curious to see if a veteran team will go for that approach again. It is a very valid approach, but I also am very curious to see, are we going to see maybe some of these more newer teams also step up to try, as you say, earn those extra wins on the board, earn that extra cash money in the first Super Weekend when maybe it is more viable, considering that as the tournament goes on, it's going to be much more about making a solid performance rather than trying to risk it for those wins, rather than trying to risk it as much for those final 15 games when we talk all the way back to the Super Weekend 3, where those points do matter so much more.
Yeah, that's fair. It's certainly something that will factor into how teams perform throughout the weeks, right? And that's where adaptability is really the key word, right? So if you start off now by getting a chicken dinner, and let's say you end that first league week in 3rd place with 67 points, let's say as an example, and you're like, great, cool. Don't rest on those laurels, right? You got to understand that when you put yourself in a position of, let's say, top 2, top 3, even top 5, you're putting a bigger target on your back. And the teams who are more prepared in a long form setting are going to be looking at the VODs, are going to be looking at how you play and finding and executing ways of countering you, of shutting you down, of stopping you from getting those results. So, yeah, take advantage of the early stage of a tournament, don't rest on that. You have to be able to adapt. Like, you bring up R8. Yes, definitely in the spring split, they were incredibly successful, both financially and points-wise, in the Super Weekend. The highest chicken dinner winning team in the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
But when push came to shove, were they the team on the top spot in the finals? Were they a team contending for the #1 spot? No, if anything, it was the opposite way around. They dropped out of the top 3 in the final day of the finals. So for me, I don't want to see R8 anywhere near the top spot of the first couple of weeks, right? I kind of want to see R8 in the middle of the pack, because arguably that would put me in a position of believing that they're staying in the middle of the pack to prepare and to understand how the rest of the lobby work, and not to show all their cards before the final. Because I think that's what happened to them in the spring split. And the likes of CONQUEROR, NIGMA, Galaxy, FALCONS in their own right took advantage of that in the finals.
Yeah, I think when you talk about some of these other teams like FALCONS and NIGMA, who, when we look back at those league stage for a recap again, NIGMA were really a concerning team throughout the league stage. Now, yes, I think as you'll be the first to argue, Imperium, the league stage doesn't really matter as much for the finals, fair enough, but it certainly does hide a lot, and I think you make that valid point of NIGMA didn't show a lot coming through those first 3 weeks. So when teams thought, well, NIGMA, they haven't really been performing all that well in the first 3 weeks. They're not really a team that we've got to worry about. And then they came into the finals. In those 3 days, they looked like an entirely different team. And I think echo that to FALCONS, another veteran team who understands the length of this tournament. And they, again, didn't really show all that much, had, yes, poor games and on the league stage. But as you say, when push came to shove for the finals, again, that top 3 performance for them, and knocking, of course, R8 down out of that top end of the leaderboard on that final day. It really is now, can these other veteran teams, can these other teams show just enough to get through this league stage? But also, I think, to be prepared for, again, a little bit of a surprise, a little bit of that wild factor that comes in with those finals too.
Yeah, and one of those veteran teams is YALLA, and they are they're such an unknown quantity for me.
Yes,
because I go into a tournament and I don't know what kind of YALLA I'm going to get. Will I get an absolutely amazing YALLA, or will I get a choking, don't even know how to play PUBG Mobile YALLA? I'm sorry, guys, but you know, MEA Championship, 2nd place. PMPL Spring Split, 10th, right? They won the Global Esports Tour.
Yeah, right.
Before that, right? It's kind of like, where are you going, right? And I know they've had kind of roster changes, especially between the Spring Split and the Fall Split. But fundamentally speaking, that's also been a bit of a trend for YALLA across the board over a number of years. They've been so hit and miss as an organization. And I'm really kind of worried that the YALLA, because I have a lot of love for YALLA. They've been in PUBG Mobile for a hell of a long time, and they deserve a lot of success. But again, I'm worried because I don't know what kind of YALLA I'm going to get throughout this PMPL, and that's something that I really will be looking out for.
And the heartstrings will be pulled back and forth, Imperium, but we got to check out a short video where we talk to all of our different teams competing and those players to see what they think of the tournament coming into it.
ياسنايا لإيرانجل.
أتوقع هالمكان كامباوند تحت كامشكي عند الجبل تبع ستابلر تحت عند البحر.
رانجل الجزيرة.
It's Erangel of course, and city it's 7.
military base لإيرانجل.
الجبل اللي عند الحاويات حاويات نوفا في جبل عندها، هذا هو أتوقع.
رانجل الجزيرة.
Okay. It's Erangel, of course, and this building, I think it's Stalber.
كواري لميرامار.
ماب ميرامار جنب لوس ليونز، جنب المدينة.
ميرامار. لكابوريا.
This is Miramar, of course, and city, Los Leones.
This one I think is كم تشارلي لسانوك.
خريطة سانهوك مو واضح علي بسبب الضباب، بس أتوقع أنها عند سهمي.
سانهوك. كم تشارلي.
It's Sanuk. It's all. I see Sanuk and it's building around of campaign.
تير.
أتوقع صوت الطيارة الشراعية الجديدة باللعبة.
عيد الآن. طائرة الشراعية.
Yeah, it's beautiful sound. It's a park ladder.
كروسبو.
سلاح الكروسبو.
الكروسبو.
Second beautiful sound and it's a crossbow.
بنزين.
هذا صوت البنزين جاز.
البنزين.
You prepare only beautiful sound to me, and it's a player take gas. Take a gas.
تومي جن.
تومي جان مع كاتن.
الفاماس.
I don't know. I don't know clearly here, but I think it's a QBZ with suppressor.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Arabia full split. We are shortly going to be heading into our first match of the day, going to be Erangel Imperium. Where are we expecting the zone to go? I mean, where would you like it to go?
Military Island, why not? Get one out of the way first game, right? It wouldn't be good for the players because Military Island finishes, although are important, they're definitely important. As a first game, it's just incredibly difficult to really kind of take anything from that. The one question, I suppose, that we do need to think about is any potential hot drops. I don't think we are going to see any. However, with the fact that we go from game to game with different groups, it could be something we see in the early parts of this tournament.
Look, if you're going to say Military Island, that was going to be my guess, but I'm going to say Stauber. I still love the mountainside. I love its complexities. Is also, to be fair, you have the Oppo Reno series here with the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. So your winning split with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, the first plane path, though, has gone nowhere in terms of Stauber. It's gone all the way over to Georgia Pool, and I'm hoping that we then still get a Stauber zone, only because I want to see these teams suffer a little bit for the first game.
Triple D heading over towards Novo. Makes sense. And then we see a team, not quite sure who that is, dropping in Military Island, or Military Base, should I say. So as of right now, minimum of 2 teams on that Southern Island. CONQUEROR, a team that impressed me in a massive way in the spring split. They were so close to claiming that first place in the finals as well before NIGMA Galaxy really showed their experience and shook it away from them. So I'm hoping that they continue to build off the spring split success and they show what they can do and have that little bit of an extra turnaround in the full split. That first circle, Highland Wolf, it's not bad. It's obviously a little bit complementary to the playing path, albeit teams will want to consider that there's going to be more cluster of traffic coming from that western side of the map.
Yeah, I think certainly is one of the more kinder zones that we could have gotten. It does take away from, I think, Military Base, which is going to be a big sigh of relief for these teams, not really having to contend with that Military Island. I very much doubt it's going to go all the way down to that south side, and we're probably looking towards a zone that could finish around more that main central belt of Erangel. So these teams, I think the rotations are going to be something that we really have to look at coming into this first game. Are these teams, Imperium, going to have more of these linear rotations coming in? Or are we going to see some of those more interesting rotations? Or you see them go up towards the north side, utilize those bridges in towards Yasnaya to wrap around, or use that South Island to get elsewhere around the Erangel map itself?
Well, we asked, were there going to be any potential hot drops? And it seems to be the case on that North George Paul side. R8 are going to be contested by Sky. As far as I know, that is, SKYROCKET Esports. And then we have a bit of a farm battle going on between K12 and Twisted Minds. We don't quite see it unfolding right in front of our eyes, but we can see that Twisted Minds, initially, it looks like they've lost a couple of players.
Yeah, Twisted Mind certainly not having the most fantastic, I think, in the first game. Also, Triple D and Rad fighting alongside that. Milta Power side too. Certainly Triple D there moving away, as you say, up towards the northern side. I think going towards the comfort that we sort of see Triple D have played in the last season. We do play around more of this eastern side and tend to love more about that mansion, that really shelter side that they play in. Really particularly shelter coming in towards more of that main central part of these zones earlier on. I actually think that the fight over in Georgia Pool as well, something that we got to keep an eye on, because we already know that R8 and YALLA, once again, going to be some of these teams that fight alongside these locations, but couple that then with Pride now stepping into, certainly going to be a very powerhouse part of the map, where some of our favorite teams coming into the tournament are going to do battle coming into that first zone.
GEEKAY Esports taking control of Roshawk. NASR down in school apartments split. Pretty standard stuff from this team. And RTG have Yasnaya all to themselves. I think RTG can do something absolutely wonderful from this drop position. Again, taking into account and factoring the Western Plain Path. I think it gives them a good opportunity to get into a very strong mid-central circle position. They, of course, will need to be careful of to the east side, right, with the likes of 4K, K12, RAD, and Triple D, but that's more, I suppose, towards the south side. They have that kind of northeast locked down all to themselves, and they can manipulate a lot of traffic from a Highland.
I think as well, when we talk about traffic, it's going to be this more central part that we talk about these rotations. Yeah, sure, Imperium, there's always going to be these rotations coming on the sides of Erangel, but I'm very much interested to see actually these rotations coming through from Gatka. Now, Gatka in that Everest side north to that side really is going to be an interesting location for these teams to play out. I think that POWR, certainly one of these teams that Imperium can control a lot in this first game, as we said, for all of these teams rotating from the western side.
Alright, esports on our screens. I love the fact that they've kept the same roster, and we've seen a couple of teams pretty much keep a very similar roster, and I kind of want to see, although I wish the best for all players and all teams, I do low-key want to see the teams that have the same roster succeed a little bit more heavily, because I think it's something that we see a little bit too often, where a team will switch roster just because they didn't perform well in a certain tournament or in a certain time period, and I think having that little bit of sustainability of, hey, we're going to stick in it, we're going to stay together, we're going to learn from our mistakes, and we're going to achieve more down the line is something a lot more players can just kind of keep in the back of their head. So the likes of R8, NIGMA, Galaxy, who have the same rosters coming into this fall split, I hope they succeed.
I'm actually very glad that in one way we do see that NIGMA, that R8 are having these successes, particularly more, of course, NIGMA with their first places, and to show that synergy actually shouldn't be as underestimated as it should be, as is Imperium. Coming through, I think, last year, and towards the beginning of this year, actually, as well, the synergy between these players and keeping the same players on a team is something that we never really got to see too much of, and it was not the norm. And I'm glad to show that actually these teams, when they do stick together, the synergy is a word, and as a technique almost through these different games, is something almost just as important as having star players on your roster.
Definitely. POWR Esports, they are wrapping a little bit around NIGMA Galaxy inside this Pachinki city. They have two down on the south side. You have Aziz that's kind of driving near the compound on the western side, and Alaji is further back, of course, but everybody knows that NIGMA Galaxy drop in Pachinki, so if you're looking to get a little bit of early pressure onto them from this western side of the circle, I like what POWR Esports are attempting to do, what it looks like, at least as the blue zone is starting to close in from this phase number one. NASR still looting up apartments, and although they have Ali, a new player in the team for this full split, has a lot of experience on his side, I don't like that they're still looting up the apartment buildings. I think they're missing out on a better opportunity to control this kind of north of Potato Hill side.
Yeah, I certainly think that Potato Hill is somewhere where it is going to be very central, though teams may also want to avoid that more central location. Opposite to that, we are, of course, in the Arabian region, and I feel that we are one of the only regions here, or at least earlier in the year, who do tend to go towards more that central, much more focused around the initial locations that these teams can really take on. Now we're really seeing that these teams beginning to take on that central part of Potato Hill. I am a little bit concerned about, can they hold off these other squads coming around them? There is going to be a lot of clear and open land around Potato Hill. The only thing that really helps NIGMA as one of these teams centralized there is it's going to have the high ground. So they're going to see these teams coming much more earlier, and they're going to have that better information compared to some of these other squads, and still going to maintain that information as Phase 2 has continued to stay there.
It was OOREDOO Thunder. I think I'm saying the team name right. OOREDOO or OOREDOO? OOREDOO or OOREDOO. Okay. OOREDOO Thunder. It was them that dropped in military base, and they're taking their time to disengage away. That certainly makes sense because there was still always going to be that threat of a team hanging onto the coastal line, either towards the eastern or the western bridge, towards the tail end of phase number 1. The phase 2 does shift and it centralizes quite nicely. So far in the very first game of PMPL Arabia Full Split Highland Wolf, we do see a little bit of calm in these circle shifts, a little bit of an opportunity for these teams to really flex their ability, to flex their knowledge, and to flex their control.
This is what we expected coming in, these teams to try to suss each other out, to try to take a little bit of a slower approach to the game for the first few matches, to see how these teams will be playing. I think it also, as a competition goes on, certainly homework is something that we will see eventually come into play in terms of revision of where these teams are going to be dropping, of strategies that can be utilized to capture some of these enemy teams off guard. And we won't see that right now, but it doesn't mean that we don't get to see a surprise factor also of these teams early on. And I think that certainly these first few days, as we have mentioned, is where these newer teams can definitely have a big surprise factor in play.
RTG taking shots in towards Triple D, rotating from the northern side or the northeastern side of the end of phase 1, and a good opportunity for them to push teams back in a good way. They have a very strong compound to the eastern low ground of Potato Hill. Major Pride, it's their first official game in PMPL Arabia. They're hanging on to that northwestern edge, just outside of Everest. It's good, but I don't think it's enough of a step in the direction of preparing for phase 3 shift. They need to get closer towards ruins if they're going to get any real kind of location scouting done on where teams are towards that kind of Headshot Hills, Watertown, Rosshog area. As of right now, they have a very small area of vision around them.
And I actually think there's some of these other teams like SKYROCKET in there, also RA, Esports, making those interesting rotations. And this is where actually you can be slower to rotation, because they're both heading towards Yasnaya Polyana here, and they're going to wrap around in towards behind of Rosshog on that eastern end. Now, I think for R8, because they are slightly slower on the draw, they are maybe going to look to cross around that Rosshog bridge itself, rather than go all the way to Yasnaya Polyana here, Imperium, which I think is going to be a much more contested bridge, especially considering you do have, of course, GK right there. And I think for Sky, actually making this quicker rotation around not only grants them still space where no one else will be and a much easier rotation phase 3, but it's going to give them a lot of information moving around this space uncontested in the event that phase 3 does actually make that more eastern shift back to them.
It's also understanding the fact that the play path was on that western side, so SKYROCKET going more towards that eastern entry point than phase 2 is extremely positive. But what isn't positive is this phase 3 shift, the first hard shift in the PMPL Arabia Full Split Highland Wolf. Goes heavily down south. That coastline position is absolutely perfect for OOREDOO Thunders. They're going to be able to take control. They're going to be able to hang on to that coastline position. They're going to be able to get the first step in a possible late game successful position.
Oh, I mean, this is beautiful also for CONQUEROR as well, who are also down there in that lower ground position. I think definitely that coastal line, Imperium, is going to be so contested. You can see that OOREDOO are already heading there for that very much coastal line spot. I think the hills there is something that these teams can also take advantage of when you have those massive road lines that cross around their third phase. They're going to cut a lot of these teams off because there are these more open spaces as we do get towards the waterline, where teams are going to have a more difficult time crossing when there isn't as much terrain that will block you or objects in this terrain like trees or rocks that will save you.
Great rotation from 4K. Really love this position because it gives them a lot of information towards Potato Hill, to the compound more in the center of the circle, and it's really not putting all their eggs in one basket of a specific area. I don't feel like they're going to be locked down coming into the next circle. By the way, Major Pride outside of the circle, swinging in from that Everest area, did pick up 2 elimination points onto 90th onto the side of 90th minute, so we're seeing some casualties come through. Still no teams going down, but we have 59 players left.
Very quiet game for now, as all of these teams braving out what will be the storm to erupt very shortly. All of the teams now coming into this third phase. Fourth phase already coming in on its way as the blue zone does begin to shift in, force these teams, of course, like R8 Pride, these final stragglers, in onto the phase 3 shift.
One thing that I also just remembered is that R8 normally dropped in Severny back in the spring split, so it seems like, at least for this game 1, they switched up their drop spot, whether it's planned or not. It could have been because of that western playing path. However, I think Severny was still achievable. In the end, they're going to be coming in a little bit later to the circle. NIGMA Galaxy hold on to this southeastern Pachiki Hill location. Great spot in this circle, and I like the fact that they're spread out, but they're not too heavily spread out, so they're really able to support each other in a strong 2-2 split.
I think with Rad, certainly a more difficult rotation for them when you talk about worse rotations. They're fighting through his coastal line. It's going to be so open for Rad. And you see that Kurt, well, they have such a fantastic position right now to take advantage of teams like Rad rotating in. Now, the zone has gone away once more, and it's going to cause a lot of chaos for these teams to come in. I think especially for teams, like we said, on that eastern side, that nightmare of another hard zone shift only becoming more a reality.
GEEKAY took a big risk. Highland Buff going to the compounds to the east of Pachinki across the fields, but they've been rewarded. Arguably the best position to be in outside of possibly NIGMA Galaxy, even Major Pride on that edge of the hill position outside of Pachinki, down and towards the southwest, as Triple D trying to find a position away from Potato Hill, right? We had around 3 teams on this Potato Hill spot, NASR, Triple D, and alright, they're all going to have to find a position inside the circle.
GEEKAY are certainly looking like the team who can hold a strong position, but they of course have to keep in mind there are many of these teams rotating through from the eastern side, Imperium, and this eastern side is going to become very clustered. I think, as you said, coming out of this Potato Hill, you can see how difficult it is for these players. Triple D, they tried to send push in this long flank. Now they're going to have to send Result back to try revive their failed player. They've already lost as well Yawaz out of the game as a whole, and with more of these teams coming in, like now 4K, like NASR behind them, there is nothing that really Triple D can do to mitigate their losses. And by sending Result back here, I'm very concerned that Triple D will lose out on even more.
Well, it just lost push, so knock goes their way, and 4K able to look to take advantage of that. But rotating as a unit, 4K looking pretty good in this first game. As I said, they were already in a good position on the previous circle, so it allowed them to really kind of exit away from that position in a much more confident manner, and they're doing it as a full team.
4K, they're trying to find the shots, but Dari goes way too far, trying to bait out the position. 4K can see the ideas, but the execution certainly does need some work. Anaconda continuing the pressure, but as you lose those players, again, Imperium, we talked about it, there's still more teams to come behind them, and by fighting here, still on the very edge of the zone, it certainly does make a much more difficult game for them ahead, as there they lose what could be even another, finally will go down to second. Danok will now be felled. Triple D looking for the...
NASR eliminated in 90th minute are eliminated. We have 14 teams left, 51 players, and indeed it's going from bad to worse for 4K. Golden, along with Anaconda, the two remaining players from that team.
Result looking for a big nade here. Imperium flies on in through the smoke. Can it find anyone? No. Yes, it does! A double for the side of Triple Esports. And for 4K, they are looking like they might just fall out in high resolution here. Another nade goes through. The health bars taking down. They are succumbing to the power that is Triple on this return. But here comes R8 as well. Bandar caught out, and Triple even looking to salvage a secondary elimination on top.
A bit weird from R8. Didn't really know what direction they actually wanted to go out of Potato Hill. And I get that, cresting over the hill, going into the low ground. It's tricky. However, I think they could have entered that in a bit more of a confident way. Maybe first game jitters, I don't know. 4K going to be able to stay alive, but only as a... Okay, actually as a 3-person team. They got the revives off. No push came through, and Triple D, they're now outside the circle as a shift goes to the west.
And yeah, even now, Road to Glory, one of our final teams here in Imperium, to make it in on that more hard-shifted Anaconda. Going down again, it is a disaster show for 4K Esports. But at least one returned by J9. Now the rest of RTG stepping further forward is, keep in mind, the zone all the way over to this Pachinki side. And for Pride, keep in mind as well, this is a fantastic zone for them, Imperium.
I love the fact that they have one player across the road on the very western edge of the circle. So he's that Overwatch player while the 3 remaining teammates kind of hold on to the low ground of the hill, looking to stop the likes of OOREDOO Thunders making into the southern edge of the circle. As RTG, they need to get out of the fly. They need to make the push. They need to run and gun, and that's exactly what they're doing.
But they need to find a position to stop by going this far, this deep into the zone. You can see they're attracting so much attention. Triple Esports will be wiped from the existence of Erangel, but RTG may be next to follow. 4K still somehow alive here on the edge of zone, also going to struggle. But you can see the problem for RTG, that NIGMA, they have their number, and so does SKYROCKET. The help there at GEEKAY also taking down the extra of 4K Esports as they'll say adios to this game into Miramar next.
It seems like everybody picked this same moment to try and rotate into a circle. We kind of had nothing for the first 15 to 20 seconds of this blue zone closing in, and then suddenly they all made their way as Golden is able to dodge and run over. The vehicle goes flying. Callagate gets knocked. Conqueror Racker down to just a solo.
And Conqueror Rio, he's all alone with everyone looking over him. They all know the position right now with Conqueror, but they are outside the zone. He has to move even further in, but how do you go so far further forward? Nabo utilizing that vehicle for the extra leverage, but gets needed down. Rio spies him through, and now RTG in trouble themselves with NIGMA. All the meanwhile, though, overlooking these solo players jumping in as Volt the next further forward.
SKYROCKET, they're distracting NIGMA. They need to clear out before they can get involved in a potential third party. Blue Zone is coming through. Major Pride taking more control of this circle as POWR. They made a good entry point on that northern side. They have the fields and the edge of Pachinki in play.
Pachinki is going to be on that roadside as their POWR. Only GEEKAY inside of that zone, but you can see that zone is disastrous. At the final phase of game 1 here for these teams, Imperium, it's all flat, it's all open, and it's going to be so many of these teams still to make those rotations in POWR. GEEKAY, though, who do, as we say, have that zone in hand, are looking phenomenal so far. POWR already on those 6 eliminations.
Satan formerly... Sorry, it's Ragnar, formerly of YALLA, has a lot of experience. Like I said, they have an absolute, on paper, hell of a roster on board. Gate, Ragnar, Hope, and Satan in turn take a full advantage of their position. They've been here since, I believe, phase 3. Like I said, they took a massive risk, but it's been rewarded with risk.
And for POWR as well, look at the players over there, Imperium. Alhaha, Dark, Hunter, is all veteranship experience here inside of his zone. Prestige as well, still there for R8 coupling those other 2 teams as NIGMA now make their move further forward. Nice. Ralph will finally cement a position inside of the zone for NIGMA. His Road to Glory still on the outside, being gate-kept by these final 2 players. They will make also their move, cementing their position inside of the zone. Is Pride also doing the same at the exact same time over towards this western side, but not as positive. They have knocked one. There finally goes an extra knock for NIGMA, as they will also suffer inside of their own smoke line.
NIGMA, did you not see smokes in that one area for like about 1 billion years and not think there's going to be a player there, and you just kind of drove past thinking, yeah, it's going to be okay? You don't have unlimited smokes in PUBG Mobile. Come on. OOREDOO, they try and make their way into the circle, but POWR Esports, they are punishing them hard, Highland.
It is awful experience for OOREDOO. They look like Swiss cheese after all of those bullets go through them. Power still, though, have been returned against them, some of those knocks. So 2 revives will slow down the attempt for them to regress further. And GEEKAY, they're taking full advantage of it. They're trying now to use that smoke road that has been laid out by them to get in on Power, but Kante's having none of it. Will strike down one of the Power members and now Hope overlooking the next.
Kante says you can't move from your position or you will get punished. Ragnar's down. GEEKAY left in the trio. They have NIGMA to one side. They have Power Esports to the other. And they have Pride across the road.
Their dad jokes, Imperium. Just the action is all bringing up to you. It's NIGMA still 3 remaining, but we haven't moved from their position. They have no more smoke. Set out of utility, but GEEKAY Satan is also pinned inside of the shed. The zone has gone down to Satano, so it's crucial that they keep themselves alive in this situation because they need to breach out a position for the rest of GEEKAY to get towards them and make sure they solidify that central spot that they have.
Yeah, Satan, you just stay in the shack, don't peek out, don't move a muscle. You could be the reason why your team gets minimum top 2s. We're down to our final 4 teams.
Major Pride, though they have moved far from that more westerly side. Milky Way sending through the nades. Beautiful. Keep in mind, they haven't had to utilize as much utility coming into this zone. They have that utility more so than others do have, and you can see that power of those nades, of their ability to come in. They strike down 2, but Power are wiped by GEEKAY and Pride as a duo powerhouse. Now GEEKAY, Hope trying to make the move further forward, but NIGMA, they look like they're next on the chopping block as Pride and GEEKAY once again teaming up now on the unfortunate NIGMA caught in a bad position between the 2.
Still top 3s. We're down to our final 2 teams. And Major Pride in their very first PMPL Arabia game are certainly setting a standard, setting a name for themselves, but they still have to deal with GEEKAY Esports.
GEEKAY Esports, they need to get Satan into this comfortable position where they can help cross over, but Yen just steps out of nowhere, takes down the next one, and there's no stopping Pride in this first match. 9 eliminations, Imperium. Jens crawls in furthermore. Geif now steps up to a return by Satan. Explosives out of the window. At least finds one back. Now Hope should be revived as well. Milky Way is the only one left for Pride and is on the back end. And there's no escaping the blue zone as GEEKAY do take away that first chicken dinner. It was close and Pride certainly kept up a lot, but GEEKAY looked formidable in that first match.
On paper, and also in game, this team, I'll tell you what, positive stuff indeed. There was risks from that phase 3 position, right? If we hadn't seen a circle shift to the east, arguably it would have been a much harder story for them, right? But the big benefit of that kind of field and Pachinki area now, compared to in the past, is that you have more dips that you're able to spread out. And although those dips come at a risk of utility, they weren't really punished in that way, right? Because all the teams had to really come from that eastern side. The only pressure they had from the north was Power Esports, and Power Esports obviously only really wanted to coexist with GEEKAY, which I don't hold that against them in their own right. Great game 1. Absolutely great game 1.
Look, if coexisting also means 9 eliminations in a second position in Imperium, I'll quite happily coexist in my own game with PUBG Mobile. I think also NIGMA, very well done for them to actually work around to that third position. They were doing a lot of controlling of these solos, of these duo teams that were flanking in from all of that potato hill, that easterly end. So it was still not a bad game for them. But I think NIGMA, the really thing that did puncture them was that initial stop onto the rock. They looked like they wanted to have a temporary position there, but by not getting a more central position further forward, you really saw that hurt them a lot when teams began to all circle around them.
Well, it was just so tough coming from the underside of that Pachinki Hill towards the field, right? And they were lucky that they survived for so long because of it. It was most other teams that had a look to go for that kind of rotation probably would have made a lot more mistakes in that regard. So I don't really kind of hold that too much against NIGMA Galaxy. It didn't help that they had a team Major Pride on the same side of the circle as them because they were tearing through. At one point, they were down to a solo player. But for whatever reason, they didn't get finished off. They got the tier revives and they took full advantage of that. You can call them the 9 lives team in this PMPL Arabia because they just kept going until the very end. And even that final point, by the way, they denied it away from GEEKAY. It's not much, and it won't really matter too much in the league stage, but it is nice to see kind of players utilizing that strategy because it's a very viable strategy.
And I making a habit of it as well. You see teams maybe not utilizing that as much early on, and then maybe not using it when it matters because they don't actually have it down in their system subconsciously. So actually having that subconscious effort to go and make those moves, I think very promising from Pride. And I think actually the way in which they managed their footwork coming in onto that zone was very careful and controlled, which is also something we have to acknowledge from them, that they weren't going to rush in like some of these other teams. Yes, they understood that they were far from that zone eventually, as it did shift all the way to that eastern end, but they weren't going to make those big bold moves. They were going to say, well, we may go out earlier if we don't get on this zone, but we are going to slow it down, understanding as well that other teams will be in that zone and taking battles already, and they're going to accumulate placement points by default by just surviving too.
Looking at kind of the middling pack teams that we saw throughout that game, 4K had some great ideas and some great kind of rotations and positioning in the first kind of couple of circles, right? Moving down to that kind of hillside to the south of Potato Hill was incredibly valuable, and the way they moved as a team was so good. But you can't go for a vehicle play like that when, one, it's that early in the game because it could have been another team, the third party, and two, when you don't have the direct as much as possible counter trade in return. They handed a free elimination point to, I forget who it was exactly that they were up against.
Triple Esports,
Triple Esports. They handed that elimination point to them, and 4K didn't really respond in any way after that. It's like it kind of fell apart. Again, good ideas. It's only the first game, so there's a lot more to come, but I do have to highlight that mistake in what was overall a solid initial start to the game from them.
Yeah, I'm always disappointed in a way, actually, because I felt like 4K coming into this first game were looking very confident, and I actually like that confidence coming through from them, because 4K back in just that spring split definitely did have a lot to work on, and I think we can begin to see that there are things that have been improved by 4K. Of course, we're going to need more time to see the rest of what 4K can offer, but it's certainly much more aggression, which is what I want to see from 4K, because they were lacking that in the previous season. And that's something why they were so low down on those leaderboards time and time again. Maybe it's a bit too aggressive, but I would rather be too aggressive and learn from that rather than not be aggressive at all.
Definitely, you're right. There is improvements to be seen from that first game, even compared to the whole of the spring split from 4K. It just remains to be seen if they're going to clean things up, as you do have a look at the match rankings from that first game. Highland Wolf, NIGMA Galaxy, they had a good start, but the likes of GEEKAY, Major Pride, and POWR Esports, they had a slightly better game.
You can say a slightly better game. GEEKAY looked like they were having a phenomenal game for the first match. Major, POWR, all of these three powerhouses looking very dominant in our first match of the day. I think actually a big surprise by SKYROCKET, who actually maybe did go under the radar by us, who also had such a very good first game. Yes, it was only 9 points total, but when you look at how skewed the separation between those top four teams to the 5th position, SKYROCKET did a lot more in that match coming into the end than actually I think those placement points and those overall elimination points really do show.
They definitely went under the radar. 8 eliminations is not what I expected in terms of from how they finished. They got shut down eventually by NIGMA Galaxy off the back of the circle centering around the Pachinki field. And I'd mentioned during the game that it was kind of slowing NIGMA down from getting involved in a potential third party at that point. However, the work was done by SKYROCKET up until that point. Could have been the likes of Rad that they took out, possibly, because I know Rad were in that coastline position. They definitely controlled a lot of the southeastern side of the early circles. And yeah, indeed, a good game from them. OOREDOO, not bad, but it's not something to really kind of go home with. And I said I wanted to see R8 in the middle of the pack of these games, and they're dead in the middle on 8th place. So honestly, nice on R8 Esports. I'm here for it. Keep it like that. Keep it like that, guys.
Look, they just got to make sure they stay in the middle. I don't want to see them slipping, because I think R8 definitely are one of the favorites to make it in onto every Super Weekend. Imperium still show that dominant performance that we know that they can have. I think also RTG, the other one here in the 7th position, I do want to highlight, also having this good first match. I think definitely a veteran organization overall once more in terms of the PMPL Arabia. And I am very much happy to see RTG do well in this first game, considering as an organization, they have struggled in the earlier parts of the year. So to see them do well in this first game, it is a good sign.
Of course, we want to kind of note that the general kind of cutoff point across PMPLs has been between 37 and 45, I would say. So that's kind of between 5 and 6 points per game. So when you're looking in the first half, all those teams have kind of hit that mark. It's now in the second page where we see CONQUEROR. They got in a sticky situation, a total of 5 points. Really not a bad start, to be fair. But teams below them, right? Twisted Minds, NASR, 90th minute, starting with 0 points. It's not the way they would like to see that happen.
Yeah, I certainly think that for 90th minute as well, picking up that 1 million roster, they had done a lot of changes. I think it's fair to say that maybe it is getting on a cold feet for this first match. NASR there as well, struggling. And I think NASR, even the bigger surprise, right? Because we saw NASR in the previous seasons, again, in previous competitions, they've been very dominant in their own right in some of these matches. So to see them come out with a 0-pointer is very much a shock for now.
Moving on to the schedule, though, we are 1 game down in the very first day of PMPL Arabia Highland, and we're going right on to the World of Miramar, the very first Miramar game of this tournament. And like I said, I'm excited to see what these teams can do. We do have an addition to Group E for the very first time, so let's see what the Group E teams can do.
Yeah, I think Group E is certainly going to be a very interesting addition. I think for Miramar as well, going to be a lot of changes for these overall teams to take into account as well. Obviously, we do have to keep in mind that you at home can jump in a little bit in an extra rewards, and by joining the card collection, draw and win outfits, there's a chance to get all the pieces of an item in one go, so do be careful to go in-game and make sure you get all of those beautiful rewards. I personally want to get that suit. I mean, I want to have the bear, just the angry bear looking down at my opponents.
I'm trust me, Adam Wolf, knowing a little bit about you, I'm definitely not surprised. And for myself, I wouldn't say no to it. I do like the helmet and the vehicle skin. Those are nice looking skins. Unfortunately, the helmets tend not to help me too much because I'm such a potato. I die anyway, but I'd look good going down. So that's all that matters, right?
It's all about style as we jump into our second match. Imperium Miramar is going to be where the cards are at, and it looks like a very comfortable here playing path for the first one, right across the center, slightly lower down from that center point. And for me, I think that actually I'm very excited more so to see Miramar even than Erangel, because I think this is where these teams aren't going to be maybe as familiar as much with each other, and we're going to see some of these more niche strategies that come out from teams, as always, in these Miramar and Sandhog matches as we're going to go through the competition.
Like I mentioned, Group E into the fold for the very first time. That is Team Falcons, the only one Esports, Vista Gaming, and YALLA Esports. And we do indeed remove NASR, Road to Glory, Triple D, and Twisted Minds from this game number 2. So groups A, B, C, and E for this game number 2. The playing path, not too bad, going diagonally from the kind of northeast side down to the southwest, hitting the mid portion of the map. You see GEEKAY dropping down and towards Picado. By the way, are we saying GEEKAY or GEEKAY?
I would say GEEKAY. I think that it's a double E, right?
GEEKAY.
It's a double E power.
I would say GEEKAY.
GEEKAY?
Yeah, I would say
okay,
GEEKAY.
we can go with GEEKAY. We can go with GEEKAY. I think
I might look to find out, but I know GEEKAY. I know it seems a bit cooler to me. No disrespect to.
I feel like when you say that, I just feel like the little like tint down with their glasses and just like, yeah, look at me, guys, I'm the pro.
Well, see, you're not wrong because there's a European player called GEEKAY First, right? From
that's true.
TJB, and that's kind of like when you said it first, I was like, well, is GEEKAY playing PMPL Arabia? And then I was like, oh no, he's talking about the team GEEKAY. Is it okay if we go with GEEKAY?
Yeah, we can go with GEEKAY. I'm like a solid fan of GEEKAY Esports.
Okay,
I mean, I'm also a solid fan, actually, of that zone, to be fair. I mean, for me, El Pozzo, I'm just going to be frank with you, it don't get as much love towards that center zone.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah, I think, well, for me, I've not seen it as much. I mean, I always get the Los Leones, as you know. The Los Leones zone is like Highland Wolf. It's like your bread and butter for Miramar.
Fair. Well, let's see if we can get some El Pozzo love in this game number 2. We certainly wouldn't say no to a city finish for the very first Miramar game. POWR Esports catches out one of the 90th minute players. It's a risk. It's a risk when you're split dropping in Miramar for the very first game and with different groups. Because like I said, scrims are one thing and you can understand and gain a little bit of knowledge on your opponents in scrims. But in no way, shape or form does it tell the full picture of how these teams are going to play the Miramar game. And like I said, you take a big risk if you split drop in Miramar.
Look, I'm just going to also point it out right now that I'm feeling in Miramar Imperium that this competition is going to be where we get an Oasis finish. So we've not had it before. But I'm sensing the Oasis vibes. They're just there. You know that feeling? You just know it. You can't explain it, Imperium. It's just the tingling in your fingers and your feet that Oasis is coming.
Are you sure you don't just need to see a doctor, mate?
That too. I mean, Professor Tarzan is already there, right? So, I mean, he's a physiotherapist.
There you go. Cool. Shout out to Tarzan. Much love to you, my friend. Much love to you. Look, Rad might be thinking the same thing because they're around the Oasis/Le Cobre area part of the map to begin with. They have a solid split on that northern side. Again, the phase 1 is heavily up northwest, so we're naturally going to see a little bit of a heavier cluster down towards the southeastern side of this circle. You have this kind of 2-option play when it comes to rotating through Miramar, right? Highland Wolf. You have the main road option, which is certainly quite viable for the southern teams and the kind of a little bit of the southeastern teams. But if you want to kind of go for a more high ground position, you need to traverse through a lot of the open hilly terrain, and that can mean that you're rotating for longer and you can at times get kind of caught out. So you really need to understand the Miramar map, and it's a big part of why I think it's a more competitive map or a truer test of a team's ability when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
And 100%, I think also that the terrain in a zone like this, Imperium, is much more difficult, actually. When you're talking about navigating between those points of water treatment to crater fields, there are those very high elevation changes that teams are going to have to contest with, especially on those more lower points of those changes. I think also crater fields, another one of those scary points where you see these teams who want to make these slower, wider rotations. Yes, that gets them away from these teams, but it's going to put them a lot further behind on that zone, because then they have to be a lot more careful also on how they navigate these more difficult sections, as we say.
Definitely. definitely. And once you understand that and you're aware of those potential consequences, you're able to play around it. And teams that do play around it and understand those consequences have as much of a chance of succeeding as a team that rotates early, right? We are lucky that we get the God's eye view of knowing where every single one of these teams are. So it's quite easy at times for us to automatically have an opinion on something because we see where the other teams are. But again, the teams who are playing don't. However, you're able to carry yourself in a certain way where you avoid teams more cleanly if you have fundamentals around how you play as a team. So the timing of your rotations means that there's going to be differences in how many potential teams are going to be around you. Where the play path is in correlation to the circle also fundamentally means that there's going to be a higher chance of certain teams in a certain area of the map. And understanding that and being able to play around it and adapt to it is just so much better for the success of your team. As VISTA Gaming, they're getting some good information, they're being aware, and they're currently in a 2-2 split.
I actually really like their position that they got the 2-2 split. I only think the concern really is, are they going to try to collapse here onto 4K Esports? Now, 4K, they are in a separate location, so it does mean they won't really have that much of a fight. If one breaks out, it's going to be very sporadic in between those fire and leave points where they make those rotations to new points of the map. I think also, when you're looking to some of these other teams ahead, certainly there is a massively good location of GEEKAY ahead of both of these teams. And I think that GEEKAY, if you have VISTA and 4K fighting, are certainly going to benefit off of a weakened team or off of these players making noise and making awareness that they are in these locations, as VISTA does at least find one into 4K.
I thought we were calling them GEEKAY. Come on, Highland Wolf.
Oh my goodness, no, I've forgotten.
It's
so
fine,
sorry.
it's fine. I'll let you away with it, but 4K are not going to let VISTA away with that one. Trofka is knocked down. He went a little bit heavily on his own, didn't really have the support. Yeah. The Evo Station is there to get the trade, gets a knocking down Anaconda.
Look, I think that 4K is not really holding his compound right. I think certainly they should have their split, yes, but they're not holding the locations that VISTA can really come up from. VISTA should never have been allowed to make these bold rotations, and it all came off of that initial knock against 4K and against Golden. No, yes, CONQUEROR does get one down to VISTA, finds two of those straight back. Station. It won't be confirmed by 4K. F Station finds the extra one. A little bit of peek over from Connect. Go once again, but 4K, we are searching, we are hunting down. There goes Con, straight round the other end, trying to find VISTA, playing ring around the rosies, finds the fire, finds the poke, both of them down to 60% HP, though CONQUEROR going even lower and down to 0 as 4K Esports bite the bullet first.
It all took that one knock and bit of a risk, but they pushed on. It wasn't the cleanest of engagements, but VISTA Gaming make a good start in this game too. The next circle pops up, Highland Wolf. It does stick quite heavily to the western side. You could argue it was a little bit of a solid donut shift. It's fortunately away from Oasis and Le Cabrera, but indeed Alpozo still has a lot of love in this phase 2 circle.
Alpozo, we take what I had to. We take those gains, Imperium. Okay, Oasis it's coming in game 4. I promise you, it's right there. As unfortunately, already Thunders were also caught there by Pride Nomi, a almost free looking one in the rotation as Pride patiently stalked out one of those players.
I don't know what happened to OOREDOO Thunders exactly, but they only came into this team as a 3-person team, or came into this game as a 3-person team, should I say, and they've already lost a player, so they're down to a duo. They were one of the later teams to rotate in towards the tail end of phase 1, and Major Pride certainly be looking to take advantage of it. Falcon, we saw lose a player.
Yeah.
They're a team that have found a lot of success in the tail end of tournaments when it counts. So I'm kind of not really too worried about them in the initial starting point of this PMPL.
Yeah, I'm just very confused of why Falcons sent one of their players down. Was it that their Falcons really had a player already onto Sky? I don't believe it was. So then why are you trying to send one in for scouting? Yes, you know they're there, but you know the full team of SKYROCKET are already in this location. So sending one player and half-hearting that attempt to punish down SKYROCKET Esports, maybe not the best of decisions. They still have, of course, all of their 3 other players minus Powerful to finish off their rotations. They are going to have to fight continuously here to get in onto the zone. I think the other option could be that they just leave this and they use the hill that they got to wrap back around minus SKYROCKET's vision and just actually come over this more open section of Happy Ender towards the western end that these teams have now left as well.
K12, Kurd 12 going up against Rad, and what is a very solid position inside this phase 2 to the northern side of El Pozo. You have a lot of information towards Crater Field. You're outside of the cluster teams coming in from the southeast, but at the moment, although it's an isolated fight, nobody's really making the first move. Rad they do still have a full squad, so it's a clean 4v4 engagement. They just got to make that breaking point into the compound.
They're taking it a slow fight, and I like this approach, Imperium. Very stealthy, yes. Kurd 12 should know that there is Rad there. Rex making that big flank. In a situation like this, where the fight is very much slower, these big flanks do make a very big appearance into who gets that initial knock first. And making that initial knock will open up the door for either of these teams to make that push. So when you see Rex make that big rotation down, it's about trying to find those picks, and it's about trying to open the door for a way to get onto this fight. And it's very good to do this now, considering that as this next zone phase shift does occur, if it does, and yes, it does go over to El Pozo, then these teams are going to all pile around these two already, and it's going to be the fact that these fight needs to be concluded fast. Otherwise, it's going to get a heck of a lot worse for both of these squads.
An unusual circle shift, gotta say that. Not a lot of teams will be massively familiar with this terrain. Vista Gaming did lose a player initially on this engagement at the hands of R8. Now they're down to just a solo. It's in the slow person's bus, the old man's bus. Could say the Imperium bus, but he's able to in some way get away. No beep beep bus.
Oh,
no,
sorry, I got excited
not on my
you
watch.
mentioned it.
Yeah, it's either the old man's bus or the passion wagon. That's it.
Oh, the passion wagon. I mean, we could call it the beep beep passion wagon bus.
No,
I mean,
no beep beep. No beep beep.
Okay, no beep beep. No honking of the horns. Okay, no worries. Well, either he certainly bit the bullet. He certainly hit the bucket. If Vista will at least find one for now, but Trovka, he has to find the rest of these two. Can he beep boop down the rest of Rico? No, he cannot. Vista will fall, and Trovka is a final one for the team.
Not gonna lie, I kind of thought he was gonna do something there in that regard. It was incredibly difficult as a final player for his team, and alright, they swarm down in the right way, and although they suffer a knock, they do get the squad up in the end. Not too many teams still heading towards this isolated location of Kurd 12 and Rad, so right now it's still an isolated fight. SKYROCKET Esports hold on to that northern side outside of Trailer Park, an incredible position to be in. GEEKAY just kind of shift a little bit more to make it into the northeastern edge of the circle, wrapping on the north side of Crater Fields. It's high ground, it's a great spread. These two teams on the north looking very good.
I'm much more concerned, though, for some of these other squads who still need to make it in. Is Pride just succumbing to the hands of SK Ton? Nego's actually frozen as well, so a quick double elimination by these two members of Pride. And Rico, they're going to be very, very fortunate of this. R8 taking down now 5 eliminations in total for their position. They are still very far from the zone, so this is the only other concern. But R8, they have a long way to go in, and they're going to be in on the next zone shift, realistically, where we have no vision or no information of these other teams.
You're not wrong. However, 5 eliminations so far means they've cleared a little bit around them. YALLA, their first game of this PMPL Arabia, getting close to the only one. Another first game play for PMPL Arabia, and it's safe to get knocked.
YALLA as well have that more central belt position for them as they come in towards the El Pozo edge. And El Pozo going to be the city here where these teams need to fight. The only one now beginning to make their own rotation further in. They have taken down Saif, and YALLA will and should lose one more elimination as Luffy is there to find it. There comes the rest of them up the hill, and now it's Life trying to punish him with a nade. It did well at least to find though one of these slower rotations are the only one. Life will pick up one elimination for themselves. The Lush will be 1-4.
If you're a fan of Luffy, you'll be if you're a fan of One Piece, you'll be a fan of Luffy, should I say, and you won't be a fan of that knock going against him as Lath gets another knock on board, and 7R. 1 of 2 players left for himself and Zayad. Circle is starting to close in, and you asked for it. El Pozo still in play inside its phase 4. It did shift down south, so you have the edge of El Pozo on the north side in play, and the city buildings where we're going to see a lot of teams make their way towards it.
What can I say, Imperium? Tips hat. I'm just a genius when it comes to zone predictions. Is there the only one still in El Pozo entrance? So Zerat is going to have to fight further onto YALLA. Still one remaining for them. Shai's mentioned actually 3, but one on the front here is Catan. Will take down the second, and YALLA are just butchering the only one on this choke point. They find the next elimination. The passion wagon is going in, and it's all filled with love and hope as he had to get in onto this next building. Finds a tree to block, but maybe he shouldn't have turned around because there goes the hopes of only one.
I really like that from YALLA. They were the team to lose a player first in that engagement, but they understood that at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, they had the positional advantage on the edge of El Pozo. They had the building advantage. They had the hard cover. They had the spread, and they made them pay the only one esports in the end. So long-term success across the board for YALLA in this game too is all right. You say they were going to have a tough task to enter the edge of the circle, and it is against the side of Rad.
Rad, they have their number potentially here is still Rico. Stepping further forward, Rex already knocked. Will be the molly to look to finish him off. There comes the second. Kaito now flushed out as well, and Rad, they've lost the middle portion of their squad. Now it's decided to come together, but they're falling all one by one. Delhap's going to next be the final one to fall. Potentially, he's on the run. Delhap don't want this fight no more, but R8, they finish off Rex, and they're searching for the final one.
This is so good. This is so good. And although we don't see Cur12 getting involved just yet, they certainly could. This Cur12 side, by the way, formerly known as 46 Loot, they did win just yesterday the Snapdragon Pro Series by PMCO event and have booked themselves into PMNC MENA. So this team is used to success, but I gotta argue, the preparation for that tournament has slowed down their preparation for this PMPL. So far, it doesn't look like it has, because they're looking pretty confident in this compound position.
For sure, Cur12, they have a nice location. They need to make sure that they do something with it, though. They haven't quite yet finished off the game. There's still many more teams to go, and they could still fall down very early when it all comes said and done. There's Sono. What a shift for this second match, straight on the T-junction of these roads. You're coming out of El Pozo on the opposite end of the city. 2 different issues for these teams now to come through on fighting around the city, out of it, and also when you are in on this zone, what do you do? Where do you go?
Did you predict that one, Highland Wolf?
Oh,
did you?
That one was not too much. I mean, I have limits of evil. 2 games in a row this quick, Imperium. I don't know what's happening. I might have gone overboard with the buttons.
Look, and it's only day 1. God forbid. I feel sorry for the teams. It's going to be difficult. Like you said, the T-junction and play, alright. They look confident as hell coming into the final few circles of this game. They are holding on to the edge of these circles so confidently.
Now, though, look at the beautiful rotation Imperium, SKYROCKET have this slower rotation that they've been making. They're now coming in onto El Pozo, onto that zone 2. Cur12, though, of course, in the front line, are still fighting R8 Esports. They lose one, they lose two, they maybe get one out here. They're trying their best. Kazem is on the drive out, but they have the entirety of the rest of this city to have to fight through. Into sideways, your vehicle is not the time to do so. NIGMA punish it very swiftly.
And that gives free information over to R8 as well. They obviously would have presumed there's a team around there. They didn't deal with Del Hap of Rad, and Bandar is going to pay the price. All the while, we did see POWR Esports go down to the hands of CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR crashed that compound on the southwestern edge of the circle. They got a good squad wipe for themselves.
They have a great, fantastic position for themselves to win in this zone. Much more than can be said for these teams still in the El Pozo city itself. GEEKAY still continuing, though, to hold up their position on the edge. They're going to be fighting off the rest of YALLA here. Is already on 6 eliminations. YALLA had been on such form, I think, this game when it comes to control around this El Pozo side. Major Pride, though, a disappointing 10th position loss for them.
NIGMA Galaxy still controlling El Pozo. They drop here. They know here. They should be confident here. They have OOREDOO behind them, down to just a solo. Hamco gets in the vehicle, makes his way there. They'll know the nades go out. It's only a matter of time, and there goes Smoker.
It was a beautiful reverse out of the wall, bounce in onto OOREDOO funded Smoker. They're going to drop him down. There comes the extra nades as well. That's the NIGMA Galaxy that we're comfortable with seeing. Is now NIGMA Galaxy, though. Look on the other's end. Still, Hamco is there. Could come through with a surprise Imperium, and that's why you see NIGMA, the veteran experience that they have, understanding there are still possibly more players behind them, even as the zone is so far on the edge.
Circle shifts. X marks the spot, more like T marks the spot. Once again, in the heart of the circle, that T-junction comes on board. And this is actually great for NIGMA Galaxy, because by the edge of that road towards the El Pozo side is a massive ridge. Yeah. Although R8 are getting there first, NIGMA Galaxy can still punish them from a distance. And if it's not them, it's going to be SKYROCKET.
And SKYROCKET again have that fantastic spot we mentioned. They had already been in this location. You can see the benefits of having this spot first in such a difficult zone. Punish these teams that cannot set up as fast as you when you have that extra time beforehand to do so over them. R8, are on 9 eliminations. Prestige is the only one alive. I would like Prestige to be a little bit less aggressive in this. Opening fire like this is a good opportunity to punish NIGMA, but now you see SKYROCKET go in, bulldoze, and Prestige was not expecting that aggression. Is CONQUEROR now will have themselves 2 easy ones by Falcons.
SKYROCKET, sky's the limit. Blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. They're going to have to fight NIGMA Galaxy for an entry into the northern edge of the circle. GEEKAY on the south side along with the side of YALLA, trying to control that southern edge and be using the high ground to their advantage. NIGMA Galaxy, Hamodi is down at the hands of Leith, but they still have 2 more players strong.
Have SKYROCKET gone too far for that solo? They may have done. As there they fall out. Only now the fire team is remaining, but 9 eliminations equally here for NIGMA Galaxy, and they are looking like they are on a tear. They want to show these teams what they are made of, as YALLA now steps further in.
No way.
Nade goes down, misses, and GEEKAY, they have the position ahead of them. They have now the position to hold, but can they hold it is the question. YALLA have also the crate, but the zone is on their tails. It is closing in Imperium. They can't stay here for much longer.
I'm kind of surprised that GEEKAY have allowed YALLA to get so close to them, right? From the edge of the ridge side. I know it's difficult to push from there, but I feel like they could have blanketed and held back YALLA a little bit more heavily. The peak comes through and Satan gets a couple of shots off.
That's crucial as the zone comes in as well. They can't now move. They have to heal. So as that zone comes further forward, it does put a lot more pressure on the short time that YALLA have here. They have at least got to the edge of the zone. It goes to the edge of that crate, so they have more blocking for themselves. However, that nade was what the sublime stuff that you need to see from YALLA as they go in, find the one. Yes, now the fire enthralls all of them. But GEEKAY, that nade was beautiful by YALLA to set that up, and GEEKAY will fall. 8 eliminations now as they still need to come in on the zone. The next team to fall for them will be NIGMA, but NIGMA are a much larger challenge in their position in on this zone. You gotta believe that YALLA are falling down in third here, Imperium.
CONQUEROR, they're the only team on that western side, and they goes across the road towards the side of NIGMA Galaxy, but doesn't connect. This building is inside the circle, so they do have this all-important hardcover in phase 7.
YALLA still have to step further forward. It's going to be YALLA trying to, I think, outlive here, CONQUEROR, outlive opponents. They know that there are 3 teams alive. They know that there could be still more time that they can spend as this zone will begin to engulf them. Phase 7 will begin to tick down the health bar fast enough. They try to make the move, but NIGMA have pinned them down so confidently, so decisively. And Lord sends out an 8 extra. That goes right on into 2 of them. Finds life as well. Catan now has to step further forward, but a beautiful molly blocks it, and it's the power of those utilities with Freak on the end. NIGMA are creating a stomp of a second game, and are doing it perfectly.
To be fair, they kind of got lucky that we haven't seen more aggression from CONQUEROR, bar the utility. Yeah. They've been kind of relying on the hardcover of this little building that they have in front of them. You could call it a small fort, but that fort could definitely be crumbled down. They're happy probably with that second place, right? If you think about it, you don't need to win the games. They only got 2 or 3 in the first game, so having that second place result with a couple of eliminations in their back pocket is a much better step in the right direction, and the circle goes their way.
Look, CONQUEROR, a second place, I would take it here versus NIGMA. NIGMA look like they've got optimal control. Now they close in the net. Homodi, Freak on either end. You've got the back support here of the rest. And NIGMA only have to wait. They know they don't need to rush this. They know that the zone will be that 4th man that they need to flush out CONQUEROR from the den. The smokes as well, though. For CONQUEROR have been laid out, so CONQUEROR won't fall quietly yet. They are trying to find some way out, but as you said, it is bar but impossible for CONQUEROR to find a win here unless they find a knock onto NIGMA, as they are out now of the compound, of the fort that they had. But can they get further? All 3 locations controlled. All 3 of NIGMA firing down. They find Rever. That's the one that you need. Now they go in for the next. They know it's only one left for them. Rio will be the next. And NIGMA steal the second chicken dinner of the day.
That 3-man spread towards the end, absolutely spot on. They punished teams playing through El Pozo. They knew exactly what they were doing. And yeah, NIGMA continued to set the standard. It's only game 2 of this PMPL Arabia, and they're already showing what they can do. This is by no means NIGMA at their absolute best, but they certainly punished every single team. Every single opportunity that they took, they grabbed.
And that's the scary part about NIGMA, is you give them an inch. They take a mile Imperium when they have a zone like this that goes towards El Pozo. It's their comfort. You expect them to do well, as you said, and they, by golly, did. 11 eliminations and a chicken dinner on top. But you also cannot take away, I think, the good plays and the good result by CONQUEROR and also YALLA to secure that 2nd and 3rd position respectively. Now, CONQUEROR YALLA really couldn't do much in that final location because NIGMA did just have the control of the zone, but I think that it was excellently well played by YALLA more so to take down GEEKAY, who certainly should have had that 3rd spot, who then fell into 4th.
The 2-team fights YALLA took, they won confidently, right? confidently, and it was actually both fights off the back of initially losing that first player. So yeah, the confidence, the resilience from YALLA in the early part of this PMPL Arabia, it's on a good note. It's on the right path, but keep it up, boys. Right? Take that potential and drive it forward. Get it something like a chicken dinner as a full squad, and you'll be one step ahead of the game. So yeah, definitely impressive. Yeah, the CONQUEROR, look, they had done what they needed to do in crashing. I forget exactly who it was again, but they crashed that team inside that compound. So fair enough.
Yeah,
they did what they needed to do, and when it's all about getting those all elusive kind of cut off points of near 40, 45. If you want to be super duper safe, of course, 50 plus.
Yeah.
CONQUEROR have put themselves in the right path.
Yeah, I certainly think that as we do check out the best opera moments of that second game, Imperium, it really was, I think, overall, the performance, I think, from not only YALLA in that initial fight, but as you said, also the only one, but then you look towards these other teams, and I think even to an extent, SKYROCKET, another one of those squads, I think really did go under the radar once more on that second game. Now, they maybe pushed too far, going all in. It was exciting. I don't think it was the right play. They maybe should have held a player back on that zone. But by taking down R8 and by getting again so many eliminations on such a strong position that it already planned and fortified out so early on, is very good preparation work by SKYROCKET. And I think as a team, they're coming in very much having done their homework.
Yeah, that's true. And even if I actually think it was the right decision that they made to push across to the western side of the road, because that eastern side of the road had little to no hard cover, whereas like I mentioned about the eastern side of the road, it had a ridge that you were able to kind of use to your advantage. Even if it wasn't the right decision for them, the fact that they pulled it off with confidence shows they're not afraid to take chances in these games, and succeed or not, I want to see teams take chances in these early games. And kind of, you know, I go back to the Rad Cur 12 engagement, right? You know, nobody took a chance there, and both teams fell down because of both teams didn't come out of this game 2 looking too good at all, and it's going to hurt them later on in the tournament even more if they're not pushing themselves in these early games.
Look, I think definitely the overconfidence, again, I'll say is better than the underconfidence. I would rather teams be too hyphy than not be hyphy at all when it comes to getting these plays. It was exciting. That's what we wanted to see from also a broadcast perspective, Imperium. I love to see some cars running over those opponents. And I think to be said that if we start to see SKYROCKET keep this consistently up, they are by more and far going to be one of these teams that we look at coming into the top by their experienced level types of play that they're making. We are going to be heading into a short break, however, where we'll be back with the match rankings and all the rest of it on Game 3 shortly after. Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Arabia Fall Split 2022. After a thrilling Game 2 on Miramar, myself, Alan Wolf, and Imperium here with you for the rest of today. As always, our sponsors as well, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the tournament, and as well, the Oppo Reno 7 with upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphone for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. And as we get in on to after game 2, game number 3 is next. Imperium is Erangel once more. What are we thinking coming into this game for these teams?
Thinking that it's going to be the same solid balance of competitive gameplay and teams still kind of struggling to find themselves. I'm going to give, like, so many of these teams a solid pass as we look at the match rankings of game number 2, because in terms of kind of comparing them to each other, right, I only really want to kind of isolate single team mistakes or even positives within reason. And one of those kind of single team positives was YALLA Esports picking themselves up 18 points in that game along with CONQUEROR.
Yeah, a massive result. I think also RA Esports, again, when you look at the eliminations, 9th for them again. So a big match for RA once more, and certainly solidifying themselves in that top leaderboard. Again, also GEEKAY Esports, a second good result for them, Imperium. They also did well in that first match. So they are well on their way to hitting that 40-ish point mark that we talked about coming in onto the Super Weekend.
Yeah, that's right. Jesus, in 2 games, GEEKAY or GEEKAY. See, you're having me saying it. Come on, man. It's GEEKAY. It's GEEKAY. They're already on a total of... I'm gonna spoiler alert. They're already on 33 points. So yeah, they're well on track to qualify for the first Super Weekend. 90th minute, getting 7 points isn't bad. Only one elimination though, so they relied heavily on those late game positions. And Team Falcons, yeah, it's okay. It's just okay, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Falcons, again, you are getting just below the average. It's nothing too scary, right, on these top 8 teams.
No.
So getting the points right now, we're only 2 games out of the 8 for every one of these teams done at maximum. Only 1 for some of these teams still. So very much warming up the burners when it comes to what these teams can do. And I'm very excited to see now coming into Erangel once more, particularly what Groups E can do, especially, as we said, they haven't had an Erangel game yet. So can they now have a good as performance or improve on their performance than they had on Miramar? As we do check out that second page, VISTA Gaming in the top of that second part, but still all of these points need to be higher for those 8 teams.
Yeah, OOREDOO got a very solid result in the first game, only getting 2 this one time around, along with Major Pride. Rad didn't really give us anything, along with Curd 12. I kind of definitely want to say Curd 12 coming off the back of yesterday's tournament win. They might just be a little bit behind the times. And 4K Esports, second game in a row, second poor result in a row. And things are looking, unfortunately, once again, more dangerous for 4K Esports.
4K, I'm really concerned for them. We didn't see too much of them, and I think I'm worried that, again, we're not going to see too much of them here in the full split. I think that for 4K, you saw them previously in the year get that final Super Weekend, but it wasn't enough because they didn't do enough in the first 2 weeks. And I need to see them now. Can they have that performance that we are searching for at the beginning of the tournament? Because improving is by all means great coming in through the rest of the tournament itself. But you have to be able to show up a little bit, at least on the first few weeks when it comes to especially those first few days. And if they don't show up now in these next 2 games or so, I'm beginning to feel like 4K may be one of those teams, Imperium, that don't sit in on the Super Weekend.
I certainly do see where you're coming from, and I would definitely agree for the most part. I'm trying not to think that far ahead. However, when I kind of say that it's not looking good, the natural next step of that is not qualifying for the first Super Weekend. So certainly they need to be quicker off the mark and not leave everything till the last minute. Solid foundation of gameplay, solid foundation of results will go a long way in getting 4K up to a better position. They probably have improved, by the way. We kind of touched upon it. The thing is, so is everybody else, right? So it's a matter of, have you improved more than everyone else, or has everyone else unfortunately improved more than you have?
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part, right? Is that you are so worried about these teams improving alongside you. I think that's why we talk about some of these teams pre-had, right? Before the show of, well, R8 of Falcons. Yes, they are still very much strong teams. We expect them to do well. Falcons particularly have also still been performing in competitions when it comes to the finals. But you have now squads like NIGMA stepping up too, who we didn't have last year. And by having these star players, it definitely accelerates the skill level that is required in these types of lobbies.
So indeed, Game 3, as you correctly mentioned, Group E's first time in Erangel. We have Group A, B, D, and E in this third game of the day. So that is 4K, CONQUEROR, OOREDOO Esports, and POWR Esports not playing in this third game. So we talked about them. Hopefully 4K can use the game break to pick things up in the final 2 games of the day. The playing path, not looking too bad at all. It's a little bit more south than some teams would like. I'm looking at the likes of R8, K12, and Twisted Minds are going to have to be careful as they are both dropping around the far Milta area.
Could be some spies from the Miramar fields set up into now Erangel. A very comfortable first phase zone, no Imperium for all of these teams. Is going to be pretty central, is going to be around Morgat Gatka for the center end. Not expecting too much, I think, again, from these teams earlier on. I'm interested, though, again, to see these rotations. Now, are we going to see more direct rotations as a result of this being on the eastern side? Is it going to be maybe more aggressive?
I'm not to not answer your question, but look at Pachinki. NIGMA Galaxy are being challenged in Pachinki.
So let me just put my glasses on there. Yeah.
This hasn't happened since all the way back when it was Ghost Gaming. They were known as a North American team.
That's true.
I believe it was Ghost Gaming.
Going back.
So this is something that NIGMA Galaxy are going to have to be aware of. And VISTA Gaming, VISTA Esports, their team that were in Group E, so we had no idea that this was going to happen, right? This has come to a big surprise.
But this is also NIGMA, who usually do drop, yes, around this area, but much more westerly than this spot, actually. They drop around more Gatka. So for Vista, maybe it's also a surprise for them too that NIGMA do drop exactly on the city itself, because they're not a team, and even in the MEA, that really does drop specifically inside the city to begin with. They are much more spread out than this.
That's normally because they have no contesting to have to stay isolated directly in the city, right? The fact that they've seen those parachutes drop close by does mean that they've adapted in terms of dropping close together. By the way, one of the Vista players, Trovka, actually dropped away from the city, so I think that's a big part of why the rest of the team haven't really looked to engage. This is something interesting and makes sense, and I respect NIGMA Galaxy for this. They've gotten in vehicles and they've disengaged away from Pachinki.
Yeah, I'm really, I think, worried now as well for teams like Vista also. But when you look towards other squads like that on the eastern side, all of these rotations coming in onto that first phase zone, is that going to hinder Vista if they don't make a quick exit out of this location? They could also stay there. They could also look for this fighting and try to pick up those elimination points. It's a battle of two tails, and I'm curious to see, are we going to see a more aggressive Vista in this first match on Erangel for them? Or are they maybe going to try lay it back a bit more?
It's a good point you bring on board, right? Because one of the big benefits of dropping somewhere like Pachinki is it's in the center of the map. So in like 89% of circles, you're already in this circle, and therefore you can rotate a little bit earlier, and you don't want to rotate late. But indeed, with NIGMA Galaxy kind of dropping with them and that potential threat of them still being around that Pachinki area, VISTA Gaming might be a little bit uncertain about rotating too quickly or too early, and that in turn can see teams coming in from the eastern side stab them in the back per se. The question has been answered while we were talking about it, though. The make their way into vehicles, and they do move to the southeastern side of Pachinki, wrapping around and heading a little bit towards the ferry pier location.
Yeah, I think for Vista, it's definitely a smart move. You could have stayed there, you could have risked it, but this early, I think, just get the points as well, quite frankly. I mean, I'm more of a safe player myself. I would rather go for the points. Would you be one of those teams, though, that early on tries to get the elimination points, tries to look flashy, then pick it up if it goes wrong on the next day? Or are you much prepared like me?
It's a good question. Whoa.
Like, yeah.
Whoa, do you just throw shade at you being better than me? Okay, I see how
exactly.
it is. I think there's situations where both strategies can be an advantage. It's just about being experienced enough to know when one works and when one doesn't, right? You could technically look at this from Vista Gaming as being an aggressive start, going for the eliminations. But to me, that makes sense because they were rotating as a full team. 90th minute players are rotating separately. You have all bullets in that one direction. Go for the shots. Go for the knock. Go for the control. Go for the suppression, right? That's where it can work out. Situational, you just got to know when to pull it out of the bag.
See, that's the difference between me and the pro players, though, because I'm not that. I mean, I understand the word situational in the English dictionary, but for me, I'm still like all running over for the bots. So I'm still somewhere over there in the compound, firing into the air as everyone comes around me. That's more my level of play. It's much more exciting.
It's why you're a caster, Island.
Yeah, it's why I'm a caster. It's why I don't have a job as a pro player, quite frankly. It's why I'm on the other side.
And that's okay, right? You know, I've talked to Maximum about this. Like, you know, most of the reason why people become commentators because they either are wannabe pro players or are watched up pro players.
I just suck. I always suck.
Everybody has their place, right? Everybody has their place.
I mean, I may be the bottom of the pecking order, but I mean, I'm like the player looking from the heavens down above them saying, you know, like, I spotted that guy. Why can't you spot that person 2,000 meters? I mean, do you not have a map feed too?
Exactly. Yeah. As this game goes on, though, teams are starting to rotate in a little bit more towards a central location. Major Pride swinging down from South George, hanging on towards the kind of observation tower / GEEKAY area of the map. It's a good early rotation from them. SKYROCKET, once again, by the way, dropped with R8 and North George, but it's such a big area of the map that you don't really need to engage on each other. You can disengage either side, and once you're aware, they can both get away from this successfully. SKYROCKET, I suppose, more importantly, have gotten into the circle in a slightly better location than R8 for the time being, with Salam of SKYROCKET on that cube compound to the east and North George, but YALLA are very swiftly coming from that Severny location in their direction.
It's an interesting position of these teams rotating in. I actually am loving, and I love the action that Arabia region has, where you see those rotations very early on by these squads. I mean, you already look at 90th minute making a bit more of an expansion out of the Corey side. You see also Pride doing the same into GEEKAY fields. Now you see even those rotations from the northern end. I am a little bit concerned, I think, only for one team, and that is Triple, because they have a very long way to go. It's very much dependent on where this zone goes, but if it goes up to the northern side, and it does go there, it's, I mean, I should stop talking because they seem to go where I talk about, but Triple, they need to really make a move coming out of that bridge, and with Twisted Minds already sitting there, they could rotate around. It's going to be a very wide rotation, and even then, you're looking at squads like 90 if Pride's still there as well.
Yeah, of course. Something they're going to have to be aware of. RTG, coming through the eastern side of the map, they were a little bit slow to play through, and they're going to have to crest the edge of the circle, and it's honestly, it's okay. They can play a little bit of a wider, more variable rotation, maybe coming in through the north of school, south of school if they want to. There's a good few options on board. There's a number of teams around them that they're going to have to be aware of, though. Right behind, they've 1X to the south of them, along with Kerr 12. So 3 teams around them as they do find a space to call their own.
Still, all of the rest of these players, as well as Triple, moving on into this second phase. And you can see YALLA, they have crashed out now. SKYROCKET, Salam is left on their own now, and they have to try run. They know that they can't defend, but they're already so low. And now comes the second. SKYROCKET with the secondary support. But can they even push? This is still a full squad of YALLA all behind them, and they don't have the manpower to be able to deal with this. Nate does go and miss.
Leith needs to reposition. He's not in a direction where he can really support his teammates inside that compound. The longer to leave it, the harder it's going to be.
Boomper, they confirm out though, Salam. There goes the first Imperium and now SKYROCKET. They have, yes, the ridge to back them up for a bit of cover, but YALLA, they have all the ground and they can easily move from there down on into that ridge. Saif has a beautiful position on top of all of these SKYROCKET members, almost goes down to that nade. That could have turned it for SKYROCKET, but now YALLA, they do at least lose one, but SKYROCKET life is on the backside. They need to immediately decisively turn to the next.
Yeah, Leith took way too long to get into a position where he could actually be effective in that time. Like you pointed out, Safe got knocked and it's just become a little bit more dangerous. Going for the revive is risky in its own right. You're kind of giving Leith absolutely no support, and never mind the fact that R8 could be coming in for a cheeky third party, Highland.
They hear all of these shots going down, and R8, as you say, could be that third party for both of them. So SKYROCKET also want to end this fight quickly. They know, and if they have done their homework, there will be other teams coming now from that northern side. SKYROCKET lose another as Catan with that double support they sent round. Does find another. Leif has been very patient, and I want to highlight that patience as well by Leif in that fight, just to not go in for those engagements. Now they are, yes, in trouble of R8, but if they had gone in onto SKYROCKET, Leif gets knocked, they could have been in a lot worse position.
But also, why didn't SKYROCKET push that sniper tower?
Fair.
As a duo, they knew it was one player on his own. They secured a knock on the save. Yes, okay, they were officially a player down, but you had the opportunity to turn that fight in your advantage by pushing Leith and getting the second knock, but they didn't, and they paid the price.
Triple as well, paying the price that VISTA are owed. As they find now one knock onto Uaz. Wizards stepping back under the hillside. They at least have returned 1 for 1, but Ev still being alive means that they can still give information, and they know that Triple will be on this specific side of the building, as still Ev's station is on the other end. Finally does go down, and there, as the information goes, VISTA leave out the fight and look elsewhere.
Circle shifted, and it did go down south. Southeast to be more specific, so School, Rosshawk, Pachinki, Headshot Hills, all in play of this phase 2 circle. You have Watertown, you have the Edge of Ruins, all viable locations for these teams to lock onto. Even Kidney Hills still being a part of this phase 2.
Kurt as well, in some difficulty as NIGMA have got what seems to be their number. Mohammed is stepping in, is so far behind on this fight, but as the rest of NIGMA have all control of these members, Mohammed needs to find one knock onto NIGMA, but it's all 3 players firing down on the solo, and they cannot make it work. Instead, again, Kerr 12 going to have to set back, but can they even get out? Use these other buildings, will get through in time, and NIGMA will lose that final elimination point. But Kurt, they've been reduced to nothing.
I don't know why Kurt 12 felt like it was an okay idea to rotate through Pachinki. Yeah, okay, you could kind of look at it as an alternative rotation, therefore, you know, teams might not expect it, etc., etc., etc. But you also know that NIGMA Galaxy dropped there, and yeah, okay, they do tend to rotate relatively early away from the city, but it doesn't mean they're going to completely leave it alone, and even then, rotating through city isn't reliable. It's not advisable, and Kurt 12 put themselves in that position. And Galaxy, for the most part, made them pay the big price, the big toll.
I think as well is the zone you had to keep in mind. It's gone back over towards Pachinki on the edge. So if you're a team like Cur12 and if you're other teams, they're still like RTG rotating in, you should have to take a much more slower approach because the zone has gone towards your side. It's natural that teams could be in these locations and already set up. So I like that RTG on another fact have actually still been taking that slower approach and are much more careful to set over their toes of school and into the feet of these other locations that Falcon control.
Definitely. Great spread by RTG. Who's on the phase 3 is getting much closer to phase number 4. YALLA going to be engaging with Major Pride as they play on the western edge. YALLA, of course, won out the majority of the fight against SKYROCKET. R8 didn't really get involved in it, by the way. And as you see the shift up north, Ruins, Watertown, Kidney Island, they're the biggest areas of this phase 4.
I mean, if you wanted a difficult first day Imperium, I think this is about as close as you get to it. We've seen hard shifts for the first 2 games. This is just devilish, quite frankly.
Major Pride. Let's be fair. They come from one of the strongest regions in PUBG Mobile, and they're making these teams pay, and they're kind of showing the experience they have in PUBG Mobile competitive, not taking any chances, and they wipe out YALLA Esports in this game number 3. NASR are going to have a player suffered in headshot hills as teams crawl and fight their way for an edge of Watertown position. Like I said, Runes is in play. The meta does see that this location is very much controllable, but you got to make sure that you have every nook, cranny, angle covered.
I love, though, that GEEKAY have such a fantastic position on the edge of the zone. They have this high hill that looks over all of the rest of these ruined sides. So what I hold my point, though, is NIGMA, they're looking for that aggression onto Twisted Mind into the church here in Imperium. Now, I'm not sure if Twisted Minds are religious or not, but we may have to hope for a miracle because this is not the team that you want to be fighting this early on. They steal away the vehicles. They're thefting out Twisted Minds. Well, they just get rid of them all together. Is there Twisted Minds just get popped and Lord finishes them off?
It's good stuff from NIGMA. Not really much else to say about it, right? They pick up the scragglers, they pick up elimination points, and it's just job done. And yeah, okay, they're down to a duo, so they have kind of been punished a little bit. At the end of the day, 7 eliminations is a hell of a return on investment. All the while, as it dust is settling, the phase 4 blue zone is starting to close in, and teams have found a good location. You highlighted GEEKAY, and indeed on the high ground, on the edge of Ruins, they are looking to really punish and hurt the likes of Triple D, Major Pride, and the last player of VISTA.
GEEKAY can move further forward here onto the Ruins. I think for that slower, wider approach, while actually the blue zone hasn't been fully enclosed, may be the optimal opportunity here for GEEKAY. I think that when you talk about waiting, and if they do wait for a longer time, yes, they may survive, but they're going to get caught by these squads like 90th minute. And they are also going to be caught by the fact that the terrain on Ruins is going to be extremely difficult for them to navigate coming into the zone. So right now, where they are currently positioned, Imperium is certainly going to be safe, but is it going to be safe for the long term? I don't think so, and they need to be able to have that plan to spread out further and to try control more space.
Mar doing a lot of work for Team Falcons in this Headshot Hills position. It's so tricky, right? Because even though you have dips and divots that you're able to control because of how open overall Headshot Hills are, it's quite easy for you to get third-partied. And yeah, Falcons having their wits about them, they get the knock on the Freak, although it's Freak in a vehicle, so it's a lot easier to hear. Falcons are quick off the mark, and another nade comes through, and that's the end of NIGMA Galaxy. Very good by Falcons, like very good awareness by Falcons.
That was just NIGMA getting destroyed. Elite key pressed by Falcons. And for Falcons, they still need to press elite key here on the only one. Otherwise, it may be them. This is coming to the side of the only one themselves, as they have over this ridge. It is going to be a slow approach, and Damar, that anchor point in towards here the Ruins, going to be crucial. Because if Damar, if they can find that player for the only one, you are looking at then Falcons, how do they enter in without a very aggressive play further forward, utilizing vehicles? The only one should be able to keep this at bay.
The only one esports indeed. Trying to be the only one to survive in Headshot Hills, and as the circle centers up on top of Headshot Hills, it's going to be every man, woman, child for themselves. NASR Esports on the edge of Watertown. Only as a solo though. Rad have a full squad up. Alright, have been slow to progress through these circles. It's amazing to see how much of a difference they are playing between Erangel and Miramar. And Falcons, they are indeed going to push onto the only one.
They make it a slightly slower approach than rapid speed, but they are still going fast, and that's what you want to see. They bring down the secondary onto Damar, they go for that 2-2, but never alone. Being knocked here Imperium, very big for the only one, because now they can start to focus on only one side, rather than the flank behind them, and they find now Damar as well. The only one have Falcons' number, and they are clipping their wings.
To be fair to Falcons, they don't need to really be super aggressive on this engagement. Yeah, again, third-party potential is always a risk in Headshot Hill, so clearing out teams as quickly as possible is important, but they're in the circle. Youssef is still alive as well, and he's close to the edge of the circle. He has a vehicle on board, so kind of I see how Falcons, they just don't need to be aggressive. Same with the only one esports. They're just going to trade knocks, trade shots, trade bullets, trade armor.
I agree in one hand, but on the other hand, they are behind the zone, and they know that they need to play something. Now, had they been a bit quicker, they maybe could have rotated wider right. They could have rotated round, actually, the only one. But because they left it so long, now they have to fight. Now they have no choice, is that zone does close in on top of them. I think that is also beautiful stuff that because the only one know that they've taken knocks onto Falcons, they're pushing now Alush further in onto the zone. And you can see that they're already prepping for its next location, or even just leapfrogging Falcons and saying, we'll leave the fight, but we'll take the next position away from you again.
Rad, 3-1 split, incredibly viable as the circle shifts up north. Major Pride down to duo there being slowed down and stopped by 90th minute. On the hour-and-a-half mark, you could say Tam Tam gets in the vehicle with his teammate. They're going to focus on supporting the rest of the team and making it into the southern edge of the circle.
It's a big shift over to Watertown, though, for a lot of these teams. They haven't been able to stay inside of this zone. Now, right, they have all the zone to themselves. They have the mountain to themselves. So, can they? It's a big gap. There are going to be a lot of teams continuing to pushing in on this location. And I think that is going to be much more about routing now on one side. Don't get distracted by all of these teams. As at least for now, Falcons and the only one still taking this fight, which I'm surprised they both are, does at least call off one of those slightly risky sides that teams are.
Well, they both technically can't move, right? Either towards the fight or away from the fight. They're just kind of stuck in their little dips that they have to themselves. Major Pride not really being punished by 90 minute, and they're somewhat made to pay the price. It's just one player left for Major Pride, as Milky Way is knocked. Rad, once again, still in control on the north side of the circle.
90th. They need to make that revive, though. It's going to cost them some of that time. Falcons will finally upsurge their way over the mountain and in with the vehicles. That is used to back down, though. Left to defend against the entire squad here of the only one. But they're not stepping up. They're allowing the only one here. You can see that the one player is the yard from the only one is stopping you from this. And as a result, they're left the two to focus down on those extra Falcons players. The only one now alive. Finds maybe though from behind. 90th minute. Finds a double. Can they find a triple, baby? Yes, they can. The 90th minute, steal the show.
The Falcons follow pursuit, so we're down to 4 teams. 90th minute, Major Pride, Team Rad, and the final player of our 8.
Jabal for 90th. There are 8 eliminations now. Rad just overtakes down Rad and Major Pride. 90th minutes. But we still got all of the location for themselves. They have everything in this game to win it. But they need to get on into this zone. Rad, they still have the zone, but they don't have the players. 2 of them are down. You can see the spray. 90th minute beginning to make moves as those revives do come through. Will reset the risk of 90th being caught at the zone. Behind them is closing in.
Last player of R8 still alive. I don't know how he's been able to survive all of this craziness. Like I said, his team coming in late were punished majority by the side of Rad, who played on the edge of Watertown. But in the end, he's able to stay resilient and has gotten his team into a top 3. That's the R8 way, baby.
Yeah, man. Ida stepping up, though. At least get some points. But can they make it a second Imperium? It's to be said, it's 90th and Rad. They are going for that engagement. 90th, they are going for the push. They lost Tam Tam, but here still a Mad is up. But it's all of Rad running over to try take them away. Rex finds the extra 2 pieces of 90th's puzzle, and they solve 90th's number down. And it's only Choto left to try to fell and defend for himself.
Perfect by Rad. Kato pushing on forward, followed by Rex. That's some aggressive play, and they're up to 13 eliminations and counting.
13, 14 now here, Rad. And they are looking so dominant. Here, 90th, the only one left standing. It's a long, difficult path for Choto, but it's not going to be found. Rad, they take the chicken dinner from them, and they steal this 3rd game show.
The highest elimination and chicken dinner game we've had so far in PMPL Arabia. I know we're only 3 games in, but it is important to highlight that. A massive result playing from the edge of Watertown. They controlled NASR, they controlled R8, they controlled all of the headshot hills, and they got themselves such a good result because of it. This Rad roster, like a lot of these teams on paper, look very solid. A lot of experience with the likes of Kato. You bring him into the fold with other experienced players, and yeah, definitely a good recipe, and that recipe is cooked beautifully in the oven and produced a fantastic chicken dinner in game 3.
Look, it was a Michelin star meal. They took everything from these players, and they are so much food in terms of those chicken dinners and those eliminations for them. I think that Rad, they played it slow, more importantly, coming into that initial position. They didn't get locked down onto those fights that other teams had been taking, and I think that was a crucial key to success in Imperium. You saw Falcons, you saw the only one, even 90th minute, begin to get locked down in their spot because they were so busy occupied with those other teams.
It was good by 90th minute, solid by Falcons. The only one also not bad as well. All the teams that kind of survived up until that late game in Headshot Hills produced a pretty solid result. Major Pride being continually aggressive throughout these games is something I'm totally here for, right? And we'll put them in a bit of focus coming into day 2. NIGMA Galaxy going down how they did was a little bit of a surprise. But again, Falcons did a great job of shutting them down instantly.
Look, it's also, I think, when you see some of these rotations of these teams, we have had difficult games so far, but it's been an interesting point to actually see how these teams have rotated. And I think, yes, you may not see the most informed, the best rotations that we'll see in the competition. That will come later when we see teams get more on board with their enemies and discover more niche ways to get around them. But I think it's certainly been very comfortable showing of all of these teams at the top, at least so far, giving us what have been very informed rotations and very skillful rotations. And as much as they are an aggressive region as a whole, have been actually showing us, as we say, that more quieter approach where they understand we can take a game if we just slow it down ourselves a little bit and not rush into the play.
I think without obviously having a concrete look at the overall standings, I would arguably say the kind of top 6 teams have impressed us in a solid way, and despite how close you are to the teams around them, have performed in a solid way for this day 1 of PMPL Arabia. There's so much more to look out for. So far, so good.
So far, so good as we kind of hit to a break before we hit in with the match rankings in Game 4. Welcome back, everyone, once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia Falls season. And you're just trying to be in a wave. I'm like, yeah, hi, Imperium. Hello, welcome back. It's me.
I wasn't waving at you. I was waving to everybody else.
Oh wow, you're not showing me the love too.
No, no, well, no, like just okay. So like,
oh, okay.
I'll show you the love too. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hello. Oh, I'm really
see, wrong side. You bamboozled yourself. Look, you failed, man. You failed. It's fine. It's fine.
Over. We're going to check out the match rankings anyways, guys, from, of course, that previous game number 3 of the day, which was Erangel, where Raz, if you weren't there, took a fantastic 30-point chicken dinner. It was a scrumptious 15 elimination points with it, though, Imperium.
It was, and just an absolutely great result. Circles that kind of hang around Headshot Hills are always difficult for teams in terms of control. Yes, on one hand, Headshot Hills has a lot of dips, and I really like that area of Erangel, but again, it can be very unforgiving, and Rad played on the right side, which normally tends to be that Watertown side, and they took full advantage of it. A good game for 90th minute, 9 eliminations, 12 placements. Like I said, they showed up strong in this game, and alright, it wasn't a pretty result for them, but it was still a good result, and yeah, sometimes that's the way the cookie's gonna crumble.
Look, it's about getting in on the zone. Ida managed it. They get that 3rd spot. A major pride, though, as well. That 6 elimination points again, showing us in taking down actually YALLA as well, who have been one of the more top teams so far on the leaderboard, showing us that they got what it takes. They got also that 4th position, and the only one also taking away that 5th overall spot on the final teams. And I think for the only one, this was a big game for them because they haven't had really fantastic standout game for them so far. So to at least get this one big game of 10 points, they're making, as we say, their way towards that mark of 40 or so points that all of these teams have to make to get into the top 16.
Triple Esports, 4 points, but you can see that massive drop between kind of like 5th and, well, I suppose 6th and arguably 7th and 8th, Team Falcons. They kind of deserved more points, Team Falcons. Maybe if they had have gotten just a slightly adjusted engagement onto the only one esports, it probably would have been a bit more successful. Again, the risk around Headshot Hills is it can be so unforgiving, so you're forced to play a little bit safer sometimes. However, it's the way it works as you move on to the second page. I still like the progression kind of Team Falcons are making this early into PMPL Arabia.
I think I love to see it, especially you see these moves. Yes, it doesn't always work out, but at least if you're trying stuff now, this is the time to try it because you don't get that later in the tournament. You have to play more seriously, play your style rather than try broaden out your search and play in different styles and different variations of the game. That second page, not really looking the greatest as well when it comes to all of these 8 teams. They are going to need more points, particularly when you look towards, I think, NASR. Twisted Minds, these 2 teams who are very foundation really teams of the region haven't shown up so far. And I think that's been more surprising to me of Twisted Minds, who, when you see them play, especially in the league weeks, when they do try to experiment, they're always very aggressive team. And you see that those roster changes particularly have certainly affected them overall. But of course, if you at home want to find your own success, you can do so by jumping in game and join the card collection draw and win outfits. There's a chance to get all the pieces of an item in one go. As always, I'm going to stick with that outfit of the bear is my favorite. I mean, you can take the helmet. I mean, I'll take the hat. I just look more fashionable Imperium at the end of the day.
Yeah, I honestly... Yeah, I can't really argue with that. I can't really argue with that. Fair enough.
I'm sorry. I kind of stole the only fashion that there was there. I mean, you can have the car, okay? Well, like the parachute. The parachute looks kind of cool.
Cool. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate
it. I'm so proud of you, son. But always. And so, of course, our response here, Oppo, with upgraded forwards and upgraded fun. Celebrate your next bit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G with designated smartphones for PUBG, Middle East, and Africa. Esports 2022. Imperium, we're almost there at the second Miramar game. Are we expecting something a little bit as difficult as El Pozo? Are we expecting a little bit something more maybe chill? Maybe just remove me from the equation and we'll have some more chillness.
I still think it's going to be that same kind of okay in the first couple of circles and then heading towards a little bit of madness. Yeah, that kind of circle ending, the circle shift in the first Miramar game were quite harsh on the teams and notably unpredictable in terms of the train that it ended in. Not really played for a lot of these teams. That's the way the teams are going to have to be aware of, right? Predicting circle shifts are incredibly difficult, and the more time you actually, the more time you try to predict circles, the kind of more time you're taking away from actually countering the teams around you, right? So
I see.
Teams shouldn't really worry about where the circle is going to go. The best thing they can do is just set up solid exit points for that next circle shift wherever it goes.
See, I thought the best thing they could do was have my comms in the back of their earphones so that we can actually understand where I say it's going to go. Because, I mean, I've been pretty on point. I'm not going to lie. I said it was El Pozo. I said where the shifts are going to go. We've been going in those directions. I'm hesitant to say Oasis because I don't want to ruin the streak, but man, it's Oasis Imperium.
That's a no, Chief. That's what I'm going to say. It's a no, Chief. So far in this day one, the most eliminations has come out from Freak, Lord in second place, NIGMA already kind of low-key starting to dominate the elimination standpoint. This fourth game of the day is going to see Group A, C, D, and E come into the fold. So Group B are going to be out of the equation. That is indeed the side of 90 a minute. GEEKAY, Esports, NIGMA, Galaxy, and Rad, the winners of the previous game. So Rad going to be unfortunately not able to carry the momentum of the previous chicken dinner. And I told you, Highland Wolf, it's a no, Chief. That's a very southerly playing path. It's a very southerly phase on circle.
It's like the other end of me, which is like the Los Leones side. So I'm kind of concerned that their zone has gone so more abruptly down towards this south. I would argue that I would like to see a Chumacera finish. I mean, I don't know how long you had last a Chumacera finish. I can't remember at all a time this year, at least, that I've had a Chumacera finish.
No, it's certainly been a while, and I'm a massive fan of kind of Chumacera being towards the late game, especially down on the high ground. We start this game off with a little bit of an early fight between SKYROCKET and Falcon Esports. A hot drop in what is just a small compound is very weird and not normal. Falcons getting the better of it for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams just, I think they wanted it. They didn't really plan on another team being it. Well, surprise, surprise. Here they both are. SKYROCKET, at least trading 1-for-1 right now, as he will lose Rip. He will be ripping pepperonis as wanted. Still looking for the next one, but can he find here? Falcons is powerful. Goes step out, finds one, goes back in. Very quick peek from WANTZ now. Uses his third-person perspective to try find Miramar. As the reload comes through, switchy sides. But look at here, Falcons, they're down a player. Never Alone is still coming into the fight. Easy on his own little skirmish zone, but it's a jump shot from Falcons. It takes down at least a secondary one. Falcons, though, lose one themselves, and it's back and forth between these two teams.
To 1v1 as Salam trying to go up against Yusef to pre-fire with the Thompson. He has a level 1 helmet, a level 2 vest. He's a lot more protected than Yusef. And with only a Vector, he's going to have to make every single one of those 19 bullets count. Yusef is going forward. The revive's being pulled through. Will it be a 1v2? Is Yusef hesitating? He is. And it's probably going to see him pay the price. Oh no, he has his teammate Never Alone on the hill above. That's why he's not pushing.
That's why, indeed, Never Alone finally is there in the fight, but are they close enough? Now Yusuf going in, but keep in mind, Never Alone cannot help. He's trying to bait Salam out one way, but Salam's not having it, so Never Alone can't help. Now Yusuf falls down as well. It is disaster for Falcons in the early stage of this secondary Miramar game. Now Salam, only the last one here. But can they find a 1-for-1? No, it won't be the case. Falcons Never Alone cleans it up. But it was not clean at all of a fight overall.
Yeah, it was scrappy and arguably kind of no team came out on top. Yeah, Falcon will take the 4 elimination points and a continuation in this game, but it's only as a solos. POWR Esports are going to get the drop on the side of 4K in Al-Azhar. The second Miramar of the game is a game where we have multiple hot drops. Yeah, okay, the first one is very unusual, but this one kind of does make sense, right? As far as I remember, 4K, we're not in the second game of the day, or maybe POWR Esports. My point is, this is a kind of first game that both teams are in the same lobby together of this PMPL Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely makes more sense here. I think the 4K as well are much more a team who do like to try and make those rotations early on, who do like to play for more at late games. So understandably as well, they won't take that fight versus POWR. They will try to recoup and get a new position in this game for themselves. OOREDOO also taking home here in the side of Los Leones. A lot of these teams beginning to position around here, and I think with Los Leones, particularly if it does continue to stay here, even only in phase 2, even if it is only not in the center, a lot of those teams from the northeastern side are going to anchor around Los Leones, I would argue, and then come in from the rest of the zone from there. So it will be a location that could be very contested throughout this game.
Sticking to the edge of this kind of circle on Miramar is a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? Especially compared to Erangel. The one hand is that by sticking to the kind of east or western edge of the circle, you're a little bit more effectively prepared for the phase 2, phase 3 shifts if it kind of goes massively in one direction, or in this case, shifts up north. The negative is that because of how big Miramar is, you're kind of giving up so much space around you that can easily be controlled by an opposing team. And like I said, that's where a little bit of a double-edged sword effect comes into play. I like the rotation from Kurt 12 early on in this game. The side of OOREDOO Thunders as well, rotating away from Los Leones, while the only one are in a little bit of an engagement. This fight breaks out. You see the replay coming through, and yeah, as I said, the only one Esports getting pretty close to NASR.
NASR as well, who really need a good game right now. NASR has been 3 times, I believe, so far on this leaderboard here in Imperium. They just haven't had the result I think that they've been looking for.
Yeah.
And it's really abnormal, I would argue, of NASR to not have at least one good game by now. Maybe they're coming in a little bit cold, but the players are all that much more experienced. And I think some of these other teams coming in. And as we say, not the start that we were expecting of these specific players on that roster.
No disrespect to obviously the former iterations of NASR, but I would arguably say this is the strongest on paper NASR roster in quite a while for this organization. So I'm definitely with you that I'm quite surprised. Maybe the fact that they have a couple of player adjustments that it could take them a little bit longer and they're going to use the length of PMPL. However, if you don't start showing us something, yeah, we're going to continue to be concerned about what their ability is going to be later on in the tournament. You can see if you're watching at home up on the top of the screen that you do see the leaderboards, the current live leaderboard so far. The bottom 4 teams at the moment are Vista Gaming, 4K, NASR, and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, NASR down in there, certainly not where they want to be. I think that it is certainly, in a way, expected that you could argue, well, oh, we're a new team like Vista. Well, we are just starting off. This is our first go at a PMPL, but I much understand that this team could be there. For NASR, I definitely would argue, yes, it may show us more, but if they miss a super weekend early on, it could be very difficult for them to recover those points later. Is that zone another hard shift down towards the south? I mean, that's so far down, it's down to the South Island Imperium. This is a really tricky zone, to be said.
Okay, I'm going to put it out there. I'm laying all my chips on the table. We're going to see a Los Higos finish. That's it.
You're coming along my vibes. I like it, Imperium.
Well, I love Los Higos, and I'm here for Los Higos. Finish the island south of Miramar. It's very, very rare that I see it end there. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a as a caster. Anyway, I've played as a player, although it was just a casual game, so it's a much different situation for me to be in compared to these competitive teams. Triple D make that deep roadside rotation from the south east over towards a more central position. You have Major Pride rotating quite early, and Current 12 have gone very deep themselves, but there's another team close by in the form of OOREDOO Thunder.
OOREDOO? Not, I think, aware potentially, though. The Kurd are here. Maybe not. As OOREDOO have positioned elsewhere in the building, Kurd 12 are making a very, very slow approach. Ali stepping out, but it certainly does look like OOREDOO are unawares.
Yeah, Smoker has no idea. This warehouse is quite difficult to hold on to, right? Because you can see how open it is. You're minimalistic on the area of cover you have. If you disengage away, you only have a couple of containers to kind of hold you down. Yeah, the fence can provide a bit of cover in the wall that the fence is hanging on to, definitely. But indeed, the second a team breaches it, that push can be quite heavily against you. So OOREDOO Thunders will indeed want to be very, very aware. But on the other side, Cur 12 in their own right, the longer they leave it to engage, look how open their players are in this area. They need to make a decision to either commit to the engagement or disengage completely. And it looks like they're disengaging somewhat completely.
At the right time, I'm thinking as well. You've got Twisted Minds, you've got Pride as well coming along at roadside. So had they left that even another 30 seconds, I think, Imperium, you see a world where Twisted Minds come up against them and Kurd, they maybe start to lose players in amongst 2 different fights. OOREDOO, you also saw very short little peek down from Smoker. It looked like they had Shadows. They'll certainly know about it now, because Shadows has opened fire onto them all, but it's more of a, I'll hold you here and let you know that I am on the other side, really peak. It's nothing that I think Shadows is really looking for those eliminations.
Phase 2 blue zone closing in, and teams are starting to rotate further in. The edge of Los Leones is on that north northeast edge of the circle, so teams will be rotating either side of it. You can see POWR Esports, one of those teams on the western edge of Los Leones, CONQUEROR, who are always predominantly very good in Miramar. By the way, going back to PMPL Arabia Spring Split, it's the map that I kind of first took notice of them. It's a slightly different roster this time around. However, yeah, they have all the ability, all the potential success in their hands, especially on a map like Miramar as a circle. In phase 3, shifts up north, and fortunately, I'm going to have my Los Eagles finish.
I wanted it. I was down for it, but it's Los Leones. I mean, I've seen many. Let's just say I've seen many of Los Leones finishes, and they do turn out chaotic in Imperium when they come towards this more westernly side. It's going to be about how can you control these 4 stacks, these 5 stacks particularly, that no one has actually control of currently. And to see which teams get into Los Leones first are going to have a major advantage over those who are going to be slower to the draw. VISTA have been slowed down by that one knock, equally one over to POWR, is both of them trying to go along that road, as you could see, for those compounds.
POWR Esports, can't they? Trying to find a bit of a solid point of control, of counterplay, as his teammate was knocked. Alaji is revived back up. They're still somewhat into the mix, but Vista Gaming doing everything they can. A lot of utility being used by Vista Gaming to keep that warehouse under their control. Luckily, they have Trofka on the hill in between the rest of the team, and it allows them to create a pretty puffed up chest location inside this phase 3. But again, they're going to have to start to get pretty down and dirty and into the engagements if they're gonna keep their chicken dinner dreams alive.
Yeah, POWR, they do have a strong position as well. I actually think that the one team that I was concerned about coming in here that has been saved by this zone was R8. Now, R8, when it technically comes to these longer rotations, they have more statistics-wise struggled in these type of games. So to see that zone go for R8 now to that side that they were coming down in, very, very fortunate. Triple, fortunately losing one there, is YALLA does catch out an extra. But to be said, also, you are saying that on the other end of that coin, Pride now have also that same issue. They have to move through all of these teams, and they're the only team, Imperium, that don't have a player inside the zone.
Are Twisted Minds hurting from the fact that they don't have Rolkis in the roster anymore? Or are they just really finding their feet off the back of a roster adjustment? That, of course, remains to be seen, but it's certainly a question that we can have in the back of our minds. They found a lot of success across the Spring Split and the NBA Championship, maybe not hitting the strides that they could, which is part of why those roster adjustments came across the board, but now they're making the push on the Triple D.
They are, and it's a crucial fight for them. They have to do well here to at least have a good performance today. They're sitting very low on this leaderboard, Imperium, and Triple. It's a 1-for-1 trade right now, as Uaz has found them. At least one back. But now, Uaz steps upstairs, taking a little bit of fire from the shots down. It's all down to the solo player. I think this should be
that's a beautiful nade.
Surely in control of Twisted Mind. But keep in mind, Imperium, this is only 2 players.
Oh my
god!
The second
one. Oh no! It is a disaster. Uaz maybe has stepped out too further front early. No, he finds a third. It's finally Kurt that takes him down from behind. But in a 1v1 fight versus those teams, Imperium, Uaz had everything.
Twisted Minds got finessed. Realistically, they got massively finessed. You can't rely on the side of the wall like that, and there's just no way you should have played for the revive in that moment. And yeah, not really good from Twisted Minds. Hopefully they can improve across the remaining days of this league week 1 at least, and make it into the first super weekend. Phase 4, it's center up. So it's a nice central donut shift with a couple of good few hard compounds still in play, and CONQUEROR hold on to those kind of water tower areas on the northern side of the circle.
Here though, Vista as well, up onto this northern side, are controlling the compound. Pride are trying to go in. They find at least that crucial knock. because they're going to need much more than one here to get themselves located in onto the zone. It is closing in. Phase 4 is on their way behind them. They are making a wrap around. I think I do like the idea that they're going for. They're trying to see if they can, as you say, finesse themselves into one side of either VISTA or RTG. They've taken that knockdown onto RTG, so they're doubling down on these players to try punish them for that knock and being so split as well.
All right, still on the eastern edge of the circle, we see this fight between NASR and I believe Falcon going down, and Falcon have been squad wiped. 4K are still around the southern vicinity as RTG. They had one player knocked, and since then it's only gone from bad to worse as Major Pride continue to put pressure on them.
And it's the fact that they can't find a knock back onto Major Pride. That's been their issue. And it's all down, as we say, to the position of RTG. Finally, they get together. Finally, they're able to punish one away as a knock does come towards their favor. But for Pride, they can just step further back. And as if Fault now gets onto RTG's side as well, then that begins to become a problem. Because RTG, they are trying to now gatekeep for as long as possible here Pride to let the zone do the rest of the work for them.
Oh, what a nade that comes out from Frozen. One of the most talented players in PUBG Mobile currently, and I would put money and a lot on the line to hold on to that standard, right? Because he is absolutely incredible. Hasn't really hit the heights individually within his absolute PUBG Mobile career, but I know that he can get the job done in his own right, and he pushes RTG away, far away, as much as possible, as unknown as the last player standing for RTG.
And I think now you see an aggressive team like Major Pride as well. I just want to copy from what you say. In Imperium, he's got this team that I think finally is behind their back. Finally there to which you can see those highs begin to be unleashed. Yeah. Yes, we're only in the 4th game of the first day, but Major Pride is a new organization into such a caliber of PMPL have really showed their stuff.
Definitely indeed. Alaji down to sliver of health. How has he been able to hold on? Chucks out of smoke. His teammates are a little bit further behind, but they're going to have to make their move, and Alaji will finally go down. It's only a matter of time, right? As CONQUEROR going to try and control that northern dip. Caliga takes a little bit of damage. He's not in the circle from this area, Highland, so he still has to do a little bit more work to get him and his team into the circle.
POWR, but making a more slower approach. Keep in mind the zone, Imperium, it did shift down towards the south side, and it is in control of those teams down further, like YALLA, like now NASR, who have that south end control. I think actually, when you look realistically though towards the entirety of that control, realistically, one, they've got such a fantastic position in this more hillside, and there's really nothing it can take down Luffy or Eluso here.
A Bomba gets a knock onto one of the K12 players. I wonder what Safe is doing. Alright, I think Alright need to start getting a little bit more aggressive. I like the 2-2 split, but I think they need to do something with it. Arguably, they've been a little bit passive across this game. Prestige and Inda, you can see using that vehicles as hardcover, and there you go, they start to make some noise.
Still, Rico, they find a second. Their Conquerors, we talked about that noise, is all but through the speakers. It is now. R8 being punished. Repositioned by SK Ton. You can see the only one. They're finding shots as well. It's the only one. They have had that extra angle. They have had that center position under control. They're utilizing it, and they paved the way now for Conqueror Iraq to step further forward, but they too have to be careful. Aware. There is a team behind. Rio sacks down of 20% of his HP bar with the zone closing in. Here, Rico Rose steps up, looking for the punish as they move back across the road, but Rio finds it. Rio finds the elimination that they potentially need, but Prestige is straight on back. The vehicle over the top as Caliga makes a quicker exit.
Reva's still alive. We're down to 8 teams. We lost a player of K12. Now down to just a solo. Along with the likes of OOREDOO Thunders, who are on 5 eliminations. They still have 2 players strong. The circle shifts up north, and this fight is still going strong between R8 and CONQUEROR.
All right, stepping further up for another nade though. Is this going to strike true? It looks good, but is it going to hit onto anyone? No, it won't. The hill, too short in the end. Is Vanda. Looks for the shots instead. Gallagher, egregious rotation right in front of the eyes of R8 is quickly punished. Rever, now the only one remaining.
Can the only one who've been gifted a decent chunk of circle luck in this game close this one out? Alright, still trying to finish off Conqueror, and it's about time they get the job done.
They do indeed. The only one, as you said, this is their game. Imperium, this is all on them. But it's such a difficult terrain to navigate. You can see that the hills, the dips, you can see the trees, the rocks. They're all there stopping, blocking the eye lines of the only one. And they have to constantly keep repositioning here. And every time they do, they lose track a little bit of those extra teams rotating on maybe the opposite ends. OOREDOO Fundus also have a good position here inside the zone too. They as well looking to control. Looks like the likes of YALLA coming up in front.
The only one you need to recognize that they can't control every angle, every direction, so they need to focus on one direction and basically control it. In my eyes, it has to be that northern direction shut down. All right, it's a little bit more of an isolated fight, and then you can focus on the teams to the south of you.
And I think it's an excellent idea, right? You have the teams like YALLA being already focused on by OOREDOO. You're not really going to try to take out a team in the center. You are looking for those teams, those players who are coming in from behind. YALLA, Bumper, a big knock throw. Is there NASR? They're the ones to find it. Pratika's still not out yet. And NASR with 3 players still very, very comfortable. And this could be their game. We said they needed to have a good performance. There's Pratika's second. And now Saif, the only one remaining. You praise them and say they've got a good roster. You talk about Caster Curse. This is a Caster blessing. Imperium for NASR as they now need to step up only one. OOREDOO Funders also stepping outside and punishing YALLA means it's so hard for them to even fall back away from NASR.
It's a massive pinch for the final player, YALLA. Surrounded by teams, surrounded by players, surrounded by weapons. It's going to be tricky. He makes it to the edge of the crate. He's going to be able to loot up that level 3 gear. Maybe move a little bit over to where those abandoned hay bales are. Chuck a smoke out. Might be able to stay alive. Blue zone. The circle. It shifts up north into the loving arms of R8. And this is where the only one might be punished by the fact that they didn't push in one direction earlier on.
Saif has somehow, though, found himself a little bit of a hay bale in behind OOREDOO Funders. He just sneaked in like James Bond behind him. Imperium Ali didn't even see it. Now they will, though. There comes the smoke out, and that's going to make everything obvious. Is R8 also making their way down the hill, though? They are beginning to slowly make their own path, and as the zone has gone up to the north side, this is a blessing and a half too for R8. Esports is the only ones. They have to move now out of the zone into them.
Yeah, and this is just a reaction rather than proaction from the only one. They can still come out on top simply because of the body advantage, but R8, they're not going to make it easy for them.
R8 now comes to defense. It's all of the numbers, though. The only one, there's 4 of them all still alive, but the only team with a full squad, and they are making purpose of it. Ida steps in, sneaky from the back end, but it's not going to be enough. 1-for-1 trade. Can Bandar at least flush out one? No, they won't. They try to find 1, maybe 2, but Bandar, he can't find the shots, and the only one have down R8.
A little bit of a mistake from R8 chucking out too many smokes. It blocked off their own vision more than the only ones.
NASR too, looking for OOREDOO. In OOREDOO, they're hiding, man, and there they go. Surprise, surprise! But it's NASR who come out on top, and Pratika takes the extra one. Now it's all down. The solo, the YALLA. Saif still sneaking in between the two is the only one, in NASR. It's up to them, realistically.
Final 3 teams left. NASR? The chicken dinners could very much be theirs as the final player. YALLA still staying alive. Fair play to him.
I mean, Yalla, Saif, quite frankly, this is an amazing game. This is either R8 from the previous game levels of Sneaky and Opportunity to get into this top 3 once more. Shouldn't have been allowed. It is allowed, but there you go. Still, Yalla do get into that 10 placement points overall. 5 elimination, though, for NASR in the biggest game they've had so far, but can they close it out? It's a tale of the underdogs here, is both of these teams, even the only one, need a good game to show.
3v4v1. The body advantage goes into the hands of the only one, but the thing is, how much do NASR know? They know that there's 2 teams around them. They have to be careful, and Alush gets a drop.
NASR down 1. 4 now eliminations. Can they make it 5 as well? For the only one, they look for the molly. Over the top from the end, extra side angle. Will block out the gate, but that's not the gate or the entrance they are really looking for. Is the problem here for the only one Imperium. They've got Nar there, but then they lose Luffy, and they've got no one else to support Nar on the front lines. So the only ones, they're playing more reactive, as you say, from R8, whereas NASR during that in fight, they just took the location away from the only one, and they're using the own compound against them. As here NASR go for the rush onto 1, but it's disaster, and NASR now make the mistake as they lose 2, but Tika is the only one alive in what's looked like so strong a position. Will look like the knocks going for NASR is all back in favor. Keep in mind, Yalla as well, still here, can make something happen, maybe, as Luffy steps up. There comes Yalla, steals away the 2nd position, and the only one steal away Yalla's life.
There's nothing really NASR could do at the very end, because the circle is shifted away. They had to move out of the buildings, and I gotta say, I think they did a pretty outstanding job, right? The only one, yeah, they got the win, and in its own right, fair play to them. But it wasn't really the most confident win. It wasn't really the most proactive win. And they will want to kind of look back and kind of really think how much cleaner they could have been in executing the win. They'll take it. They'll take the points, much needed points across the board. Happy with NASR. It was needed. It looked better. It felt better. It sounded better with the amount of bullets they were firing. And they were controlling that south side all throughout that game, Highland.
Look, NASR, I think, as well, to do it on Miramar, this has been a more comfortable map, I think, between both Erangel and Miramar in the past. So this definitely showing up for NASR is a big deal.
Definitely.
Now, can they continue that, though? Because Erangel is next. They haven't had a good game there so far. And it is very curious to me if they can keep that success going from that second, or should I say third place finish. Because Yalla, of course, they sneaked their way into that 2nd position finish. Saif, a phenomenal job. And it's all off of OOREDOO, I think, not really pushing down Yalla as much as they could have as well.
Definitely. However, I really want to credit Yalla as a team.
Yeah.
I'm trying not to get my hopes up too much. But I'm really liking this Yalla roster. Like, I'm really liking this Yalla roster. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of danger around how they play. They're putting themselves in positions that are not only positive, but risky in their own right. And they're coming out on top of a lot of those positions. And compared to previous rosters, yeah, this is a good Yalla side. This is a good Yalla side. I know it's only day 1, and I'm afraid by putting this out there, I'm kind of getting my hopes up, and I'm going to get cast a curse. But I'm really liking this Yalla roster.
I agree, and whatever happens with the rest, at least today is looking darn good by Yalla. And I think for Yalla as a whole, I like that more aggressive play that they're making. Yeah. I think that's where we're also seeing the trend, particularly here in the PMPL Arabia, going to be that more phase 3. We begin to unlock all of that aggression, and it is a very aggressive play style that you have to play to match these other teams too.
Definitely.
I think there are instances when teams aren't being as aggressive. It does work out.
True.
We look towards Rad, who didn't go in onto those fights, did get a chicken dinner because of it, but the whole of it, on all of the games that we've seen so far, aggression has been more than what we've seen previously in spring.
It has, and that also does kind of make sense, because even though I mentioned when at the start of the broadcast we talked about the point system that teams will probably go for a little bit more of a late game situation with it being day one, it didn't mean that we weren't going to have those teams that were going to be, you know, a little bit more proactive and therefore stand out in a bit of a brighter light. And using YALLA as an example, they will have to be aware that teams around them will punish them a little bit more heavily if they make risky or as risky plays later on down the line.
Gotta see if they can continue their success. As we're going to head to a break and see all of the highlights from our previous game, as well as our breakdown of the match rankings after. Welcome back, everyone, once again to the PMPL Arabia Full Split 2022 season. Myself, Howden Wolf, and Imperium joining with you for one more match. But before we get into that, our sponsors, of course, Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. And also keep in mind that beautiful Oppo Reno series where you have the upgraded performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. Imperium, one more game though. That's where we've got it. It is in Erangel.
Game 5 already. This day is flying.
Yeah,
it's flying pretty fast. It's you know, in the face of danger, the teams are just being flying fast, flying heavy, and we're getting on to the third Erangel game of the day. Let's take a look into the match ranking of the fourth game that we just witnessed in Miramar. The second Miramar of the day. It was the only one. Esports picking up 22 points with that chicken dinner. But you can see the elimination points are pretty heavily spread out across the kind of top 6 teams, right? The highest being 7, and that's 3 teams with 7 eliminations.
I think certainly a big game for the only one, and YALLA as well, to be fair. Now looking very dominant for them into that top 16 position there. NASR, though, they started this game 19th position, Imperium. That third position means so much for them in terms of not only qualifying, but having right now still less stress to qualify, because that was a big 17 points that they required.
Yeah, it was, and it also helps their confidence, right? It's really important in the early stages of a tournament, even if it's just one good result, if it's 2, and of course the more you get, the better it is. But every single positive result, you really take that and you kind of got to lean into. Yes, you don't, rely on it and forget completely about the bad results, because there's always something to learn, if anything, more to learn from a bad result than a good result. But in terms of confidence and your mentality as a player, yeah, use those good results in all the right ways as we move on over to the second page of the standings in this game number 4. Vista Gaming, once again, 4 points. It's okay. It's not bad. 3 eliminations. Starts to go downhill, though, when we look at the likes of Twisted Minds and Triple Esports. The worst thing when I look at kind of Triple Esports and Twisted Minds is that they haven't really shown anything in these games so far, right?
That's
Road to
true.
Glory have kind of given us sparkles. Skyrocket have shown a decent bit of aggression, and 4K, even though it hasn't worked out, have kind of showed us something. Whereas, like I said, Twisted Minds Triple D, it should be meh.
Yeah, I think at Triple, they sort of showed us something in the first game, right, versus 4K, but then they still had mistakes. They still tried to split. They still tried to go for that revive onto one of their players, which just completely broke them and their backs altogether in that first match.
Yeah.
So I think overall, Triple Esports, they have to really play more as a team and be more decisive as a team. There is too much trying to save your teammates, and Triple Esports showed us that in that first match, and they haven't really shown us anything other than that, as you say, in that second, third, fourth game so far. Twisted Minds, they're the only really other one that really does concern me here, agreed, and that being just because this is not the Twisted Minds that Rockets was with, and not the Twisted Minds that we expect. As we check out those overall standings, Twisted Minds aren't going to be high, but who is high and who replaces them is that aggressive team is going to be Major Pride in that second position.
22 placement points, 21 elimination points. It's good balance. They haven't like gotten one majorly good result. They've been kind of 4 pretty solid results, and they'll be happy with that. It gives them a good base foundation, already 43 points. I would arguably say the top, where's the cutoff point? I suppose the top 8. Yeah, bar having an absolute nightmare of a day, because to be fair, 4th place and below do have this last game in hand, so if all of them were to get like 5 or 6 points respectfully, yeah, the top 8 are definitely safe.
Yeah, I think, of course, Major Pride and R8 not playing, though, in this next game is going to shake the standings up, but as you say, it doesn't make a difference. They're all going to be coming through. It is, realistically, the other two in that Group A that are really going to struggle a little bit more, I think, when it comes to that success. As we check out that next page, that second half leaderboard, this is where it matters, Imperium, because that's where the points need to increase. 90th minute, 28 points, but there is a big drop off as we start to go through from that 12th position further down on the leaderboard, with SKYROCKET barely making that 20-point mark.
SKYROCKET are okay. You can deal with 20 points manageable in tomorrow's 4 games. It's not ideal, right? But all you need to do is improve on that by 50%, and you've got yourself a total of 50 points, right? If you're looking at a statistic number. But I do understand where your concern comes from. Kurt 12 are really kind of the standout for me in this second page, because they have 12 points only, and they've played their 4 games. So all the teams around them, bar SKYROCKET, have a game in hand as we move on to the final page. And as of right now, see who our bottom 4 teams are. It is indeed Triple Esports, Road to Glory, 4K, and Twisted Minds.
All of these teams, I think, really have struggled. RTG, I think, as well, has been an interesting one, because as we do head into that 5th game on Erangel, they've only had those 8 points from that first match, Imperium. The next 2 games that they played, they got nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And even though you can be somewhat okay with a little bit of volatility, because all it can take is one good result in the league stage, it's not going to help their confidence. It's not going to help their momentum. It's not going to help their security, and arguably, it's not going to help their ability to qualify for this first Super Weekend. This is the final game of the day. Every single one of these teams need to make it count.
And the psychology aspect really does play a part when it comes to this final game. Making this game count for those 4 bottom teams is so much of an important match for them, all of these 4 squads, because now you are saying, if you do not get a big game in this 5th match, you are sitting it tomorrow that you have to come out with big scores. You have to be able to match up another 8 teams up on that leaderboard. And if you don't do that, you're not coming into that first Super Weekend. And the first Super Weekend as a whole, Imperium, is so pivotal on the confidence of these players to get points under their belt early, but also not have to catch up later into the tournament.
Definitely. Yeah. couldn't have said that better myself. Phase 1 massively complements the playing path, right? A little bit on the east. Both follow each other. You're looking at right down the middle. You see a good spread of teams in this final game of the day. Of course, Group A are not participating in this one. That is the side of Cur 12, Major Pride R8, and SKYROCKET Esports. GEEKAY Esports, at the moment, not looking too bad in the overall standings. However, their distribution of points is 24-12. So half of their they've got half of the placement points to elimination points. I know it's only the first couple of games, but I do want to kind of highlight that as an observation and what hopefully won't be a continued trend, but could very much be so. So GEEKAY, don't be afraid to start to get angry.
I think as well, the positions actually in the drop spots, this also does have an aspect of an effect to it. And you see that teams like 90th Minute, for example, dropping very far away from our teams. Now, VISTA are rotating here, so there is going to be that difference this first game. It does detract from that point. But then you look at teams like RTG, very far back towards the north of that Stauber Hill, in making these slower rotations in that are going to be far away. Yes, you get a nice early game, but it is a trickier point where you have to rotate into so many more teams. You have to be able to adapt, as you say, to change that strategy. In 90th Minute, talking about changing that strategy, becoming more aggressive, they're hunting down VISTA Gaming, and Dino has to try pull off these two members, but cannot do it. Keep in mind, this is still early game. This is still early days. They don't have the bullets in their clip to go so long.
Mad Max Fury Road kind of gameplay, right? It's just teams scrambling to get out of dodge and puff up their chest, make a bit of noise in that regard. VISTA will disengage away, 90th Minute, need to start looting up. A lot of time wasted on both sides, albeit I kind of respect the fact that they kind of took shots at each other, because you do need to puff up your chest at times. However, think of the late game, guys. Think of the late game and how slow now you're going to be rotating into these early circles.
I think for VISTA, right, it is so much more important they didn't take that fight, though. And I agree with you that you shouldn't be fighting, because had they then got locked down, VISTA are one of these teams who need the points, Imperium. And this is such an important match for them. We've already explained why, but in terms of the confidence, as well as we talk about more about psychological aspect of it, having that confidence to go into the second day and to have a good game coming off of the first gives you so much more momentum coming into those next 4 games as well.
Yeah, and look, it's about even kind of trying to strip the psychological aspect away from it, because sometimes as people, as humans, we get too much in our own heads. So kind of trying to strip that psychological aspect, it's just really about creating a cushion for yourself, right? Exactly. So if you're able to get kind of 2 good results in a day, where you pick up, say, hypothetically speaking, 30 points between the 2 games, which I think is a fair number. Not only does that create a solid cushion for your remaining 2 games of the day, but it's pretty much guaranteed to create a solid cushion against the teams around you. And going forward, that makes it less pressurized and easier for you in the next day. So yeah, create that cushion, give yourself a better sleep, and take the stress away.
I think also it's an interesting change, actually, from teams like VISTA 2, who obviously NIGMA, who have changed their location up. I think that's very important that they did change that up, and they have looked for different locations.
There.
It's unfortunate that NIGMA have changed, and NIGMA, on paper, right, on statistics, have been the better team over VISTA, so it's understandable why VISTA have been the ones to move. But it does then put a lot of pressure on VISTA being able to adapt as a team too. And can they then show us something different from another side of the map that they're playing off of, which is something that these new organizations as a whole, even Major Pride too, who have been showing us some aggression, yes, but where's the laid back approach? Where's, as we say, the more control on this team, where they don't go full in guns blazing and they are able to show us a patient game?
That's definitely fair. You also got to think, this is a league stage. need to show that just yet, right?
Yeah.
So it's something that we'll continue to observe with the likes of Major Pride and see how it goes for them. Like I said, not playing in this final game of the day, so we'll keep them off our radar at the moment. Rad, down on the southwest side, you have OOREDOO Thunders playing out of this military base area. It's tricky playing from military island, right? Whether it's from Novo, whether it's from military base, it's not too often we have tournaments where there's two teams that drop in military island. So arguably it kind of does put a little bit more pressure and takes a plan B away from their rotations into the mainland, right? Because if it's just one team, you can technically pick between the East-West Island depending on the circle, depending on the situation. But when you know you've one other team, especially if they're in the same lobby, that drop on the other side of Novo, you're kind of forced to your side. You're forced to kind of adapt to the circle and adapt to the blue zone, and that can essentially just create a funnel for teams that want to bridge camp you. So definitely Triple and OOREDOO will want to be aware of that.
And I really like, actually, when it comes to adaptivity and the circles, the first phase zone is very similar to what we saw in the first game of the day, Imperium. So these teams who at least have already played in that first match and now playing in this final match too, will be able to take notes from the earlier parts of today and then try to utilize those notes to improve on their result coming into, as we say, a very similar beginning of this final match.
POWR Esports have an interesting split where that is all the way over by farm and the rest of the team are to the west of Pachinki. I don't know what happened there, whether it was a little bit of a miscommunication. It's not a bad thing, but the rest of the team getting close, that is going to be quite difficult. So I'd recommend the other way around as Face who shifts up. It's a little bit of a southwest shift, still kind of centralized around the center of the map though.
It's going to be a difficult one, I think, for POWR. You're really looking at a very, very stealthy approach from the solo player from them until they get together. They should be able to get there eventually, as NIGMA already wrote on the rotation, and CONQUEROR have been the one that they marked down as both of them trading out knocks so far, 1-for-1 for the beginning, as River has stopped now for the potential fight. Ralph also looking for that fight. Denise takes him down to 50% HP. A secondary one comes down, but Reva's got their own, but both of them go wide.
Twisted Minds could get involved in a bit of a third party should they hear all these shots, all these nades, all this utility. As Ralph pushes in, Riva is knocked, Riva is confirmed, and CONQUEROR bite the bullet for what was a interesting initial engagement point, but I would argue that they weren't ready for the engagement, so they kind of took a bold opportunity and they got bit in the ass for it. And oh no, Callaghan. Oh. Luckily, Highland Wolf, he had some momentum, so he wasn't like too slow down and was instantly able to turn around.
Look, I mean, that was a situation. If you mess up that turn, Imperium, you are a goner. I mean, you are burnt toast, Twisted Minds. And Twisted, unfortunately, they do lose out on the opportunity, but thankfully, CONQUEROR Iraq, I think, avoid what really would have been a very early game finish for them had they been reduced to a solo.
Definitely. 90th minute. Playing on the north, they have YALLA in front of them, and YALLA are engaging already. I believe it has been 2 players down for 90th minute, so Tam and his teammate are going to have to be careful. Okay, OOREDOO, they pick apart one of the NIGMA players. So NIGMA in a decent bit of action early on in this game. They're not normally
going in.
Yeah, they're not normally this kind of aggressive early on, but they also know that there's a lot of benefit in controlling this area of Pachinki Hill.
Oh, I like that nade as well. Not to go over the hillside, aware that there may be another NIGMA player. Spotting out, of course, that potential elimination OOREDOO may go for. NIGMA sending one back as well, trying to deter OOREDOO here to reposition themselves in their own optimal spot, because they had to make that revive, they had to clunch up together. And now NIGMA, they contracted their control, their space that they had in that fight, but as Lord steps out, they get the space, they get the knock, and Hamco will fall down. Ralph trying to bait out more of these players, but OOREDOO, they're already on the retreat. You see one go back. Can Hassan also get it? They've got the vehicles, but they may lose a second here as NIGMA, they are hunting down those final players.
This is a big part of what makes NIGMA just so damn dangerous. They're not really a team in this lobby that will punish you for making a mistake as heavily as NIGMA will. This is two teams in a row where they've kind of had a player knocked initially, and they've instantly returned back. Instantly said, okay, well, you want to engage? Come on, come at me, bro. Come at me. Bring it on. And then the opposing team's like, no, it's just joking, bro. It's just joking, bro. No, take a chill, bro.
It was just a meme. Like, don't
yeah,
worry,
it was
guys.
just a meme, bro. Like, it's amazing. Like, it's incredible to see. They still have a full squad up, by the way. And
yeah,
it's great control. Great control in this game.
And I think as well, not to all together push in to try to save that one extra knock. That's an amazing thing, is unfortunately Triple do lose a player there that NIGMA have. And you see that even though one goes for that revive, the other two players in that fight on OOREDOO were massively split, flanking around the entire side of OOREDOO, so that when OOREDOO come in to try get that knock, they completely pincer the end of OOREDOO, and it's disaster for them in that fight. Is there also 4K though? Fortunately for them, who need these points, do look like they are having a successful fight versus Rad.
Circle has shifted down south on phase 3. A similar circle shift to the previous Erangel game, with Potato Hill heavily in mind. 4K. Dari is going to get the heal back up to 75%. They're taking the fight against Rad, and this is a pretty important fight to win, right? Rad are arguably not in the most comfortable spot, so going down early in this game wouldn't really put them in a good light for tomorrow's 4 games.
I mean, to be fair, though, they did have that 30-point game, so they are very high.
What am I saying?
I do agree with you, though. Fair. On the other hand, Rad minus that 30-point game haven't looked the best team so far in the lobby, Imperium, so they do need to still have those improvements. I completely agree.
Yeah. You're right there on a total, because I totally forgot about it, and it kind of does go to show their volatility. Out of the total 34 points they had, indeed 30 was from that one game, so they've had 4 points in a total of 2 games coming into this final one. So even though I was wrong in what I initially said, thank you for kind of having my back and making a fair point with it. As 4K disengage.
It's 4K as well. Step up to what is going to be a more position is going to be Sue centered up. I think that you can see, especially OOREDOO here, pushing in though to NIGMA. They're not done yet. They failed once, but they will be back for a second time. Is it going to be second time lucky though? It seems like NIGMA also doing the same here to Smoker. And this is NIGMA's such powerful ability to solo out these players in the fight. They look like OOREDOO were making the push when we came into here. Suddenly, it's totally different. Smoker's now knocked, and NIGMA are the ones with the ball in their hands.
It's just kind of NIGMA doing NIGMA Galaxy things, right? You know, should we really be surprised? Kind of, yeah, because when we look back at the spring split, we didn't really see this. Hassan is doing a great job of trying to hold things back. He's going to get 2 knocks, looking for a third around the right-hand side of this building. Hamodi has to get the pre-fire absolutely on point. Goes for the drop shot. He's going to lose it. Hassan looking for a 1v4.
Hassan steps up when it counts here, Imperium. It's NIGMA. They slow down their aggression. And it was all off of that building to building poke, but can Hassan find them more? Can he find the extra one? He gets freaked down. That's another knock, but there's still 2 backup. They got the revive successfully through. They won't find Hassan. They almost take him down, though. That was close. But here is Ali. Where is the extra support here in Imperium for OOREDOO? Exactly. They still have that second player. They need to move him forward.
I know he doesn't have a vehicle, but how long has Hassan been there? to the point where there should be that support. A Molly goes through. Hassan is able to heal up to near 75%. He's able to throw another nade in the direction of NIGMA Galaxy. A little bit of damage. Ali has to provide that support now, or else that's going to be the end of our OOREDOO Thunder.
OOREDOO, we are stepping further forward. NIGMA Galaxy now here. Lords, can they continue to push further forwards? It's up to them. No, they're gonna go away. They're gonna go away instead.
Okay.
But here,
okay.
NASR, I respect it. I respect it. I think that they felt the pain that Hassan could put out. They said, no, we don't want to risk it too much. We want still a good final game here. We want to make sure that we are on board and have a strong first place finish to the end of the first day. NASR as well, going to handshake here with Falcons and say, well, look, we also want a good result. NASR, much more vital that they get this good result, but GEEKAY, they're here on the top of the hill. Guy finds one. Miracle can't search for the return, though.
I get guys kind of stopping and scouting, but why when, one, your team aren't ready to really back you up from an engagement standpoint, and two, it's not really in the edge of the circle that you're kind of scouting, so really kind of useless in that regard, and got to pick up a free kill. The blue zone is starting to close in. NASR under pressure. Twisted Minds have the center of the circle, and it's a much needed placement for Twisted Minds to be in to pick up the result needed to get them out of the bottom four coming into tomorrow.
Falcons here still. They need to get inside of the zone. They've still got the potential. Oh, sorry, I should say they've got it inside the zone, but we need to fight here versus Twisted Minds. In otherwise, risk, I think, a position here. Well, I mean, risk a position. OOREDOO, that's him just gone. I mean, that's a Kobe nade. That's a Kobe nade to be said, to be fair. And it sucks. That's the only word that can be said.
I could think of other words, but not safe for broadcast. POWR Esports in a very good position on the western side of the circle, although they're down to 3. They have a lot of area around them of cover. They have a lot of vision over towards Twisted Minds. They need to make a decision now, and if they want to engage on Twisted Minds and make the crash onto the compound, or try and hold onto the hill to the south of Twisted Minds building. If they do try and hold onto the south, they're going to have NIGMA Galaxy in front of them, and unfortunately NIGMA were both closer to that position and were quicker off the mark. I don't mind Powerful waiting, or POWR waiting, of course, but again, that's going to force them to go in a different direction, I feel.
GEEKAY here as well. Have RGG's number here. We've got 1 so far. Is they look to try find a second. Ragnar is looking over the top, but J9 slightly further afield. The zone will help slightly, but also keep in mind here that GEEKAY's position isn't the safest. They, I agree, should take that elimination point Imperium and just be on their merry way, because they've got to continue to get inside of this zone. We're now approaching towards really that phase 5 mark. The game is going to inevitably speed up, but they have to keep pace.
Technically, they were better waiting until as late as possible to enter into the edge of the circle. I think this is too early now. Ragnar's still taking a couple of shots and is going to find a final player of RTG, so credit where it's due in that regard. But the 2 players that have made it into the edge of the circle, you only want to have much more focus on them because it's so early into phase 5.
Yeah, I think also that is the other trade-off, but you do want at least 1. I think 1 being sent would have made sense. 2's a bit much. I think that as long as you can find some sort of anchor point, or at least if you lose 1, as Satan fortunately does go down here, will be actually eliminated out. Is the only one will find the extra nade on top of the extra damage of the spray. Does finish off, and really this is the problem now for GEEKAY, because Ragnar needs to step up. They no longer have their back foot position. They will inevitably, I believe, take out Ragnar. Yes, they do. Has no hope to come down, and the only one who had just sat here very patiently get everything from GEEKAY. There is no way that they could have moved forward. Hope does what you said, and now has to pray that with those 5 elimination points, they can get some more placements alongside it.
This is a tricky circle for the game to end on because it requires pretty much all the teams to play in the edge, and that's going to funnel teams around each other, and it's going to apply a lot more pressure, and it's going to be harder to deal with. Rad still have 2 players alive. 4K have a full squad up with the final player 90th minute around, and Luffy, not one piece, but from the only one, trying to find hope.
They will find it. There comes the extra one as GEEKAY will be eliminated down. And we only won a good 4 eliminations for them. I like the patience that came through from that fight. They was more a skirmish. They slowly picked apart GEEKAY. They didn't rush in because they knew that they didn't have to Imperium. And they get all 4 of those eliminations and they don't lose a single one themselves. And that is so important coming into this zone where now you've got Falcons, now you've got that South Shift, and you need those players to at least try to get a couple in later on.
NIGMA Galaxy still holding on to the southwestern edge of the circle. Falcon looking to try and fly away from this game as they hold on to the top of the hill. They're going to have to spread their wings and make their way into the edge of the circle, but Twisted Minds are going to be looking to shoot them down from the compound down below. Twisted Minds in their own right, Jake, do need to find a entry point into the circle, and it's not going to be easy with NIGMA Galaxy in front of them.
In Twisted, at least they also have all 4 players here. So when you make that big bold move, maybe they can try find an extra angle in with 1-2 players surviving. Getting that knock onto NIGMA, also pretty huge for them. Only one, but making that big move too. They aren't successful though. They find one, here come 2 in 1 vehicle though. Finds one of Falcons, they get the second. That is crucial, but they lose Luffy now as a result, staying too far out too long. And now it's 4K, clean up house. Darby looks down on a Loosh is the only one remaining.
I noticed in the map feed that one of the Twisted Minds players pushed towards NIGMA Galaxy on his own. I don't know why he just went in solo. He ended up getting knocked. And in the end, NIGMA Galaxy will continue to put the pressure on them. Lord goes down, so luckily Twisted Minds stay alive, but that was by no means the cleanest push. It was a good defense from the side of the only one, but 4K are going to look to punish that. Brutalize as we're down to 5 teams.
And the only one here still need to move further forward. They've only got Nah. He's the only one remaining. He tries to step out, tries to be brave. But can he be bold? Can he be accurate here in Imperium with those shots? He's got to be, because 4K, they're all over the teammates. Now Nah moves. 4K, they notice it. Now behind a rock. But Nah, he hasn't spotted 4K. He knows they're there. But whereabouts does not have the same information here as accurately as 4K.
2 of the bottom 4 teams are into the final 4 of this last game, so it's certainly going to be a good end to the day for those 2 teams at least. That is Vistas and 4K. Vista have only 1 player up. 4K have 2 with 1 knock to make it 3 if they can get the revive on board. Actually, sorry, 3 of the bottom 4 teams are in the top 4.
And Twisted Minds, exactly. It's a major game for them, Imperium. They need these eliminations, yes, they've got them, but now can they close it off with the placement points to solidify completely their position? They haven't looked like the team that really was on Forum. A spring split Twisted Minds. Now we're seeing the summer split for Arabia Twisted Minds. Finally maybe stepping up here with the loss of Rolkids. Finally finding their feet when it counts in this final match. 4K, send another nade. That one finds down now. And that will be the only one. So coming down to 4th position, 7 eliminations for 4K, and they get themselves in the top 3. But can they get further?
Twisted Minds have to cross the road. They're the final player, Vista, in front of them, inside the Shack of Dreams, quite possibly the Shack of Doom if Evo Station goes down. Well, 4K, they have the circle control.
Vista, he's chilling, man. He vibing Imperium in this middle of the 2 teams. He's like Piggy in the middle, yeah, but he don't need to go nowhere. He can just stay right there and just let 4K, just let Twisted Minds fight it out for now.
Yeah, let's be fair, he's a piggy in the middle, but the wolves of Twisted Minds are going to look to blow that house down.
Look, I mean, they huff and they puff, or maybe they just explodey and doty down. Vista loses down to 60% HP. Steps further back, that one finds it. Vista goes down and down to our final two. Twisted Minds 10, double digits for them now. 4K though, they are inside that zone. They inched their way in.
It's 3v3 Highland, and I've noticed that Twisted Minds have picked up a crate drop. That's a level 3 helmet, that's a level 3 vest, that's a
Big
hell
stuff.
of a shout.
Big stuff in the final moment. It makes so much of a difference. They get the elimination onto 4K. That removes them down to 2. 4K, they're falling apart here, Imperium. Golden now should fall shortly as well. And Twisted Minds, they're cleaning up house, and they do so. But Golden at least maybe finds one elimination point back. And for Twisted Minds, it's all into the 2v1. Now Dami goes in. Can Dami find it? Crawling down into Golden. And as Golden gets forced back from the zone, it will close in. And Twisted Minds know it. And they will wait. But Dami now down to Golden. Can he do it? Sends out the next nade onto Fidan. It finds him and explodes him down. And 4K steal away to Chicken Dinner Imperium. 1v3 looks so good.
I
Look, Twisted Minds, they made mistakes. Okay.
It was such a solid game for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
It was such a solid game, right? They had a great compound. It's a really good compound around that Potato Hill area that they had controlled, and the circles kind of continued to favor them. And when they did kind of shift away, they had to move down. It was overall positive. They lost a player against NIGMA Galaxy, and I kind of highlighted from the map feed. Didn't even need to be the case. They recovered well to get the squad wipe. How in the blue hell did they allow 4K to get a 1v3? Sorry, but like the first elimination, I kind of get because he's prone down.
Yeah.
But how do you not go, okay, he's there, he's there, and you go for a two-man push?
Like
what? Like what? Like the guy behind the tree's jumping up and down. Why are you trying to search for nuts up in the tree? Come on! Like, that kind of moment is so frustrating for me as a caster because it was, don't get me wrong, it was great solo play from the final player 4K, and all he could do was take advantage of what was in front of him, i.e. nobody pushing them. Pushing them. Twisted Minds, like... such a good game. Just the worst execution. And you will be haunted in your dreams off the back of that choke.
It looked so good from Golden though. I mean, you can't take it away, okay? 4K, they needed these points, okay? Whatever Twisted Minds have done, 4K also looked absolutely phenomenal in that last game compared to the other games they have played, Imperium. And Golden stepped up, I think, more than he knows, perhaps, for getting those extra points on board. They needed those extra, what did we say, 8 positions higher or so? They got those 8 positions with that game.
And that's the thing, and that's true. Great for 4K, right? On the caveat to that, yes, it was a great game by Twisted Minds, but it was one great game as we look at the match rankings. That lack of a chicken dinner points, those 3 less points, could be the reason why they don't make it into the first Super Weekend. They can certainly take a lot of positives from that game, the 12 elimination points, the 24 in total, and yeah, that's great. Again, they're going to be haunted by that choke from the chicken dinner.
Right. And I think as well, when you look at the rest of these teams who performed well in this game, the problem that Twisted Minds have is that all of those bottom teams, Imperium, pretty much had a good game, right?
Definitely.
Minus Road to Glory, the other 3 all had a standout performance in this match. So it doesn't really affect it as much as you think 24 points would. It's really only about a 10-point difference between them and VISTA. So it's not that big of a lead. In even 4K, even they need to still keep up the work tomorrow because they aren't out of the woods yet.
Of course, we're only halfway there in terms of the games from League Week 1. Very happy with Rad, by the way. I think I was overly critical when I made that mistake of their points in today's games, and you did, again, counter that in a positive way. So ending today with 10 points kind of shows that although the volatility is still there, it's a much better volatility. And NIGMA Galaxy, it was an interesting and kind of unique level of aggression from them so early in the game.
Yeah.
But it was nice to see them get their hands dirty in games where they arguably don't need to finish first, right? It was the kind of game where it's perfectly fine for them to push themselves and to test themselves and to kind of take advantage of, within reason, the weakness of some of the lobby.
Yeah, I think NIGMA, right, really just flexing themselves for now for the first day, really warming up. And I think this is NIGMA. They have so much more to show. They're already in pole position of the overall rankings as we check out that next page of these match rankings too. But for NIGMA, it's not a bad performance. By no means. They've performed very admirably today, but it is now on the onus of these other teams as a result, like Falcons, who also are looking pretty shaky on the bottom of that leaderboards, Imperium.
Triple Esports, 0 points in this final game. They were coming into this game as down in the bottom 4, and when the 3 teams who were around them get a good result, get some good points, that's going to put a lot more pressure on them coming into tomorrow. Let's go straight into the overall standings because we really want to have a bit of a grasp of who's looking good and who isn't looking good. Like I said, safe to say, Highland, the top 8, they're all gravy, baby. They're all gravy, baby.
They are, but I think one of the graviest of those teams is Only One. They are swimming in that success, quite frankly. 49 points. In this first day alone, is for Only One was not one of those teams that I was expecting at the top of his leaderboard. And I think Rad equally there as well. 2 of the most impressive results that we've seen so far today. And when you see these new organizations, even they're below them, Major Pride, GEEKAY as well.
Brilliant.
Yes, they had those star players in their roster, right? But they are still new, keep in mind, to the PMPL Arabia. And they showed up today and they proven that, as we said, this level of the Arabian region going up, it has just gone up even more now in total.
For sure. All right. Again, happy. I kind of want them to be in the middle of the pack, but in a more positive way, they have. They get more elimination. They got more elimination points and placing points, which kind of shows that they're pushing themselves. CONQUEROR, a little bit shaky, albeit positivity across the board for this day one. Yeah, top 8 looking good as we move on to the second page. And as of right now, if you were to end League Week 1 right now, SKYROCKET would be the team to just make it in on 20 points. That is the current cutoff, roughly around half of what is required. So they need to have, again, about a 50% better day tomorrow to really make things a little bit easier for themselves.
And consistency counts, where SKYROCKET, they looked so amazing, I think, at the start of the day, Imperium, and they just really fell off a cliff when it came to the final 2 games in match 3 and 4. They did not look like that team that was making those intelligent rotations. It was making those bold plays that we saw from them in the first 2 games. I think equally, a NASR, another one of those teams who just haven't had that oomph that we've been wanting in these first 4 matches for them.
And look at this though, before we move on to the final page, 4K, Twisted Minds, VISTA Gaming, all ending today on a very good result, have moved themselves into the top 16. Let's see who, as of right now, are bottom 4 teams coming into tomorrow. It is, drum roll please, Team Falcons, surprisingly, Road to Glory, Cur12, and Triple Esports.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets deadly, right? For Falcons is, I think, the biggest surprise out of all of these teams. They finished 3rd in the spring season Imperium, they didn't do bad. I were in the MEA Championship. So to see them now in danger of elimination, they have missed out on some weekends, but it's very concerning. Even the first weekend has been so poor so far by them, as we do, of course, want to you at home just to have some success as well. And you can jump in and join the card collection draw and win outfits. There's a chance to get all the pieces of an item in one go with the Grizzly Bear card collection. Imperium, okay, I'll let you have the bear this time, okay? I'm gonna go instead, I think, for the parachute. I've decided. I'm feeling a bit fiery.
I don't want the bear. You can have it.
I'll keep it myself.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Look, I mean, okay. Let us know though what you guys want. What would you go for? Using the hashtag PMPL Arabia on all of our social media, YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Nemo TV as well. I think that there's more love though, Imperium, for the bear outfit. I'm not sure about your helmet, okay, your vehicle. Personally, the style of the outfit just outweighs the class of the vehicles.
That's fair. I'm not gonna argue with that one. But what I will argue with is the fact that Monster Energy are the official drink of PMPL Arabia. So thank you very much to Monster for being part of the show. I do enjoy the odd Monster drink. Helps perk me up in the morning, get me ready for amazing action such as the PMPL Arabia. I think everybody within reason can be pretty happy with today. I know, of course, some teams have struggled, but it's been a positive day for most of the teams, and it gives us a lot to look forward to tomorrow.
It's been, I think, a very interesting day with shocks, surprises, amazing games all around. We've had 5 fantastic ones today, 5 fantastic ones, Imperium, tomorrow, with all of the action once again to see who gets into the Super Weekend for the first time. We'll be back with you, as we say, same time, same place tomorrow on the PMPL Arabia. See you then.